Carlson, Vieira, Maniscalco, Hurtak, Goods, Miranda, and Citro. We have a physical quorum.
Administrative updates is a no, so we're going to go with agenda item number 8. Is that correct?
That would be Chief, Mr. Chairman, that would be Chief Tripp if she is here. Chief is.
1, 2, so counting numbers here because we need 5, more than a quorum. John Bennett, Chief of Staff. Just introducing Chief Tripp to redo the residency waiver for a year. So that's the topic. And then item 8, I think Chief Tripp wanted to bundle them together. So, and for Councilman Good's sake is we're up here asking for a waiver for Chief Tripp for a residency for another year. So that's what's on the floor. We don't need to.
All right, so we're going to go to, I'm sorry.
Item 37.
Item 37 first, and then we will talk about agenda item number 8. So let's go to agenda item number 37. Councilman Miranda, you know that it's under your Finance Committee, and I believe there's a resolution there.
Correct.
Any discussion on that? Is legal, do we have representative? Councilwoman Hurtak.
My understanding when I read through this documentation is that this waiver was supposed to end in June?
Correct.
It is January.
Correct.
Can you explain to us?
I can try. So the department head, in this case Chief Tripp, and the legal department who would do the resolution, apparently there was a disconnect on that expiration. That's why it's being put in nunc-pro-tunc, which means retroactive to June. So anybody could figure the chief is in the city without knowing, and the legal department wouldn't know to do it without that conversation. So it just, the wires got crossed and somehow it didn't get caught for the June update. So it's kind of one of those things that there's not necessarily I think legal may have a tickler now, I don't want to speak for Andrea, but to cross-check with the department head to make sure they need to renew because they get busy and, you know, and sometimes people change their residency and you don't know if you still need it or not.
Sure.
So it's a learning tickler process for the department heads and legal to work together to make sure we don't miss a deadline.
Okay, so it's going from June to June then?
Yes, it would
Okay.
go back to June and come back to June unless it's not needed anymore in June again.
Oh, okay, great. The only other thing I want to do is, this is what the second one we've had in a month. I think it's time that we have a discussion about about the efficacy of this. Now is not the time. But it seems like we keep getting these brought to us. And so we need to decide as a council, as a city, if we want to avoid the residency waiver or, you know, absolutely come solid with a certain number of years. But I believe it would behoove all of us to have the conversation. I'm not advocating for one way or the other. I just think that the public keeps asking me about this. And so let's all make a decision together in the future.
So just so I'm clear, so I can help with staff and the legal department, it's my understanding right now you get one with 2 possible extensions, right? Yeah. And so are you telling that you want to look at either keeping that or changing it or?
Possibly. It just seems like a lot of these keep coming in front of us.
Sure.
And so I think it's a great, when we passed this as a Charter Review Commission, you know, things were very different. This city was wildly different. Finding a house here was not what it is today.
Sure.
And so that's why I think it would be better for all of us to have a conversation about what we expect from department heads and what that can look like. thinking about how many people, because I know we are constantly bringing in new people and how that looks. And obviously, we just had a very, very public issue with that. So with the former police chief. So I just think it's one of those things that, you know, when folks ask me about it, I want to have a solid answer. And well, we do this, but then we allow for a bunch of waivers. Is again maybe something we need to revisit in the current housing climate and population climate.
And if I could offer any analysis along that way, just please let me know.
Yeah. So I'll make a motion later to just bring this in front of us to look at some data and, again, just have a more public conversation
I
about
think
it.
there also might be other council people that might want to add some things to that. Councilman Maniscalco.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of residency, you know, us as candidates or electeds or whatever, if you're in a district or you're in the city, whatever it is, you have either 6 months or 12 months ahead of an election that you have to establish residency or be in the city. So that's a very, you know, brief window compared to possibly a 3-year total residency waiver. So that's a conversation that we should have because it has come up multiple times over the years that I can remember. So good bringing that up. Thank you.
Councilman Goods.
I think when doing that, when she makes a motion, I think we need to, this council needs to have a listing of who and define what a department head is versus a manager, and also define who is under that auspice of those timeframes. I think that's an issue, and I think we should have a running list or a policy or some type of situation with HR that we know, and these don't keep occurring. You should know when that hot button comes up 6 months prior, hey, that time is coming up and so forth. But I think it needs to be an actual process in place now.
Yeah, we agree.
Councilman Carlson.
First of all, I think Chief Tripp is great. I enjoy working with her, and I enjoy working with a lot of the senior staff. I think there's a lot of good people on the senior level team. I was on the Charter Review Commission, and I was one of the ones that pushed to keep the residency requirement, but it's only for the senior management. I understand that other staff come and go, and we want to be able to hire great people. But as I go around and meet with residents, especially after the police chief incident, neighborhood leaders, homeowners, everyone, they're saying, you know, why are these people not residents of the city? And so it's not just my opinion. As I've gone around, people without me even asking have been telling me this. So my question, and sorry if I missed this, Morris, could you just tell us what I recall is that we, because of the problems of the last administration on one very great senior level manager, because there was some confusion about it, we put in the charter, I think, like 1 year and 1 year extension or something. Can you just explain, will this extension work within what is allowed by charter?
It's consistent with the charter, and that was one of the things I wanted to make clear to you all, that the whole residency issue for department heads is spelled out, and I hate to use this charter word again, but it's spelled out in the charter.
So if she came back and asked for another one.
She can ask for one more. It is up to you all to approve the waiver. So you could ask why. We could come up with policies about what's an appropriate reason to request a waiver. The partial concept was that when we hire new senior level persons, they may not live in the city of Tampa at that time, and they may have needs. They may have kids in school. They may have elderly parents. There may be reasons why they cannot immediately move into the city of Tampa. So there was the idea that we would build in, subject to council's approval, at least a 1 year waiver upon their initial appointment, and they could ask for I think two or maybe two extensions. So you could get three. You could
Is
be
it
up to
3 years total? Is
3
that
years total? That's
3 years
correct.
total. And so we're in the second year? Or
Yes,
third?
sir. We're in the second year.
Okay, whatever the charter says, we spent a lot of time this morning talking
Right.
about following charter. I believe in following charter, and so that applies to me as well as the administration. And if the charter says this is fine, then I'm okay with it.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you for commuting.
And I did, thank you for mentioning Chief Tripp. Yes, we appreciate the job you're doing, and we're happy to have you here. So I'm just gonna,
I would like to keep the
Yeah.
motions to the end. if you could,
awesome,
please.
no problem.
I'd also like to put in my input if I could.
Absolutely.
Thank you very, very much. I do appreciate it. There is concern I had, and I had this at Charter Review. We need our department heads inside the city limits in case of an emergency. Let's just say Hurricane Ian. We wanted them at the emergency command center. Someone lives right across the border in Brandon, is only 3 miles away from here. Someone who lives in New Tampa, how many miles is that? South Georgia. South Georgia. Are we justifying living in the city limits? Or are we justifying the shortest distance between the home and the emergency center? That's just a thought I need to throw out there. Thank you.
I will say real quickly, first, I want to thank counsel for working with the administration on the waivers to get the best and the brightest and supporting that. So, you know, an elongated thank you as a beneficiary of that when I first got back to the city and having owned 2 homes in this city throughout my career. But the second thing is we do policy at certain levels, depending on your job description, about response time. I was on the tactical response team and special operations for many years, and the response time mattered. And so part of your ability to do that wasn't at the charter level, but it was at the operations level. So there is some of that built in.
And real quickly, Ms. Zellman just reminded me, the residency issue is scheduled to come back for discussion before council on the 16th of February, so it's already on your motion tracker for the coming calendar. So this issue is going to come back for discussion very soon. The other thing is that any waiver that you all would grant of this requires a supermajority under the charter, so it requires 5 of you all to vote for the waiver.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
And I appreciate that. I'm just gonna, at the very end of tonight, just add to the motion for some of the things that, just to make sure we have the data in that motion so that folks know and are prepared for the 16th. But I had forgotten about that, so thank you.
Councilman Miranda, this is your committee. Would you like to move this resolution?
Chairman, item number 37.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Chief Tripp.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 8.
Good afternoon, Council. Barbara Tripp, Tampa Fire Rescue Fire Chief. I did send a memo in concerning this agenda item, and if you have any questions about it, just want to let you know that my plan is to implement an additional resource in the South of Ganda area. And it's not because of an incident that took place. Been in this position for the last year and a half. I have reviewed a lot of data, a lot of information, and from the last city council meeting, we talked about some of the needs of the fire service. So I must say the administration has assisted me with gathering that information as well as equipment. I discussed about equipment, supply chain shortage, manufacturers, the whole 9 yards of why we don't have certain additional rescue cars, which I put in for. So we're working on that. When it comes to call volumes, when it comes to response time, a lot of things take place into that. When we talk about response time, you know, we can easily say, hey, I called 911, it took you 10 minutes to get there. It's a lot of things going to play with that, from the dispatcher getting the information, from the dispatcher actually dispatching it out to the units getting it out of the station, and then from the station to the scene, okay? So with all of that, I have reviewed a lot of that data and information, and I'm placing resources where they're needed. Now, I know we have individuals protesting for additional fire station. Trust me, I'm not going to turn one down. But not only when you say fire station, I'm looking for resources, okay? I can have the fire station, but it's not being effective if I don't have the resources there. So with that being said, based on the data and based on the information from the analysis that I did last year, it shows that we need to add some more resources, and that's what I'm doing. So when we come to talk about standards, and if Tampa Fire Rescue is within standards, we actually did our reaccreditation through CFAI, and we did our 3rd reaccreditation, okay? Within that, it's like this national standards. So we meet all of those qualifications to receive that accreditation, you know, and basically it's through the Center for Public Safety Excellency. So we meet those qualifications, and basically our standard of cover states that we should respond to 90% of our calls within 8.5 minutes, and that's what I'm focusing on. So with that being said, as we talk about South of Gandy, as we talk about East Tampa, West Tampa, North Tampa, all over the city of Tampa, I am looking to add additional resources with that.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. And I know the next item, item number 9 is gonna be about a safety impact fee to fund these improvements, but we're playing with fire, I know. I'm not trying to be funny, but when we have situations like what happened, south of Gandy, whatever the story is or isn't, our city is growing so quickly and we have so many new people here. We have so many people coming here saying, so many apartments, so much traffic, evacuation, and we don't have the basic necessities to meet the public safety demands. God forbid there's a situation in downtown that is, you have a lot of high rises, a lot of residential where you have rescue vehicles going to one heavy situation and then somebody needs help right down the street and that nearest rescue vehicle is too far away to get there in time. We can't continue like that. When you plan a city, you have to have basic infrastructure needs, the roads, the pedestrian amenities, this and that, transportation. But you have to have enough of the police officers, the firefighters, to meet the ratio of people. You can't have, 1,000 people per firefighter, whatever the ratio is, I don't know, I haven't done the math on it. But we're not keeping up with the demand, and Tampa's growing so much, it's spread out. We were joking about New Tampa is in Alaska, and then you have South of Gandy over here. Tampa is big, and we have some serious public safety needs that we need to have met. If we can find $100 million to build a city center, and I'm not criticizing that, but if we can find that kind of money, or the waste to energy plan, or all these other projects, we can find the money to put towards public safety. Perhaps the public service impact fee is one thing, because that would affect, and we'll talk about that later, new construction and whatnot. So it's not affecting existing people. I'll look at the details and talk about it. But with so much growth, we need to strike while the iron is hot, fire hot. I'm throwing all these things out there in this discussion. But we should take advantage of these situations. We complain, there's so much growth in Tampa, but let's put that to our benefit and meet the backlog that we need to catch up on as Tampa continues to grow. If not, we're just going to keep digging ourselves deeper into this hole and have inadequate fire safety, rescue, and updated. We're talking about vehicles that are 30 years old. That's just, it doesn't work. And we're going to have more situations, hopefully not, situations possibly that we won't be able to respond in a quick enough manner. And provide the safety and the services that the people deserve. Thank you.
Can I respond to him
Yes,
real quick?
please.
I agree with you. Tampa is growing. Public safety needs to grow with it. That's what I'm doing. I'm growing with as much as I can with the city. I'm hiring individuals, getting equipment. We've applied for many, many grants. We have received a lot of the grants to help with their equipment to help offset. So I agree with you 100%, and that's my plan, is to put the resources there. So when it comes to response time as well, or responding because the unit is not there, we have policies in place to move units around to make adjustments for that. So I have reviewed a lot of our internal policies as well. We have made recommendations to all the crews as far as response time and being available, the whole 9 yards. So everything you're saying, I agree with you. That's exactly what I'm doing.
And I'll finish up with this and thank you. But we have our friends with the union right behind you. We have the mayor. There's a lot of moving parts to this, but we have to build bridges and work together. If they have requests, they'll bring them to you, you bring them to us. We work the budget, we work with the administration, you work with the mayor, they work with the mayor. But we have to have open dialogues. We can't look at anybody as an enemy. We have to meet the needs of the public. And in public safety, there can't be room for arguing, there can't be room, whatever, politics is politics, but we have a goal, and the end goal is to provide adequate services to our community. So I'll stop there, thank you.
Councilman Goods.
Well, I'm gonna just go ahead and get right into it. I talked with the union representative, the president. He had some concerns. And I said I'd like him to meet for coffee about those concerns. He's new, you knew, and everyone has their ideas. And I said that last time. But I don't think we've had that coffee or that breakfast yet. But if you don't mind, I want the union president, because he talked about the chassis and things like last time, and The union said they can find them, they're out there. You say you have a company, they say they can't do them. You know, then we talk about at the stations, the response times, and then we talk about the old apparatuses, and I'm kidding. My response to the union was, well, she just got there, she's working hard, she can, and some of the things she has to deal with the administration. But I want to get it on the record. I want the union to talk about the no ambulances in the city during certain times or what have you. I want to hear from them what his concerns are, so you exactly know. So he don't have to keep running to all of us. He can tell us today what he's saying or what his firefighters are saying they need, or how we can provide it or how we can't provide it. So if you don't mind, Mr. President, Nick, can you come up, sir?
Can we get through the rest of questions from council? No offense to you, Mr. Stucco.
Yeah, you the chairman, whatever you want to do, but I want to be.
Thank you very much. Councilman Vieira, and then I'm going to go to Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And a lot of good points made, and, sorry. And I think, I guess this was Councilman Carlson, thank you for making this motion for South Tampa. You know, one of the biggest issues that I always come back to is the issue of having a frank discussion. I think we all agree in terms of where we should be at. I think the issue is going to be in terms of how we should be there, which is I always say that we need to have a frank discussion with the city of Tampa once we identify what all of our public safety deficits are through the public safety master plan. If I had $1 for every time I said that, I'd have, you know, a decent amount of money, right? Having a frank discussion with the public in terms of how we're going to get from point A to point B when it comes to money. You know, it's been brought up with regards to public safety impact fees. Other people have talked about millage rates. Whatever it may be, we have to have a frank discussion with the public and saying that, look, these are the services that you want whenever it comes to fire and police. But to get there, we're going to need X amount of money. And these are our options to get X amount of money. And that's certainly something. And that's why, for me, again, the public safety master plan is so important, so that we can see where all of our deficits are at, see the total monetary amount of deficits, and then have that discussion as responsible elected officials with the public in terms of how to remedy those deficits. So again, a great discussion. And I know that in this area, south of Gandy in particular, like New Tampa, has been exploding significantly. And this is obviously one of their biggest issues. So glad to see, and I was glad to see that memo and whatnot. And I look forward in about maybe 5 or so weeks to that public safety master plan. Thank you, ma'am.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
So many of you know, I do monthly ride-alongs with both police and fire, and like fire is just going to keep fighting over me because I literally have gotten like very few calls. Anytime I go, I was at Station 13 on Friday the 13th, and in 6 hours I got 2 calls. So that was
18.
I know. They keep saying go other places, but this is usually pretty slammed. But the one call I did get to go on, we took an overdose patient to the hospital, and one of the things that the crew that was on that day talked to me about, and I saw firsthand when we got there, were the 12 rescue units hanging out waiting. And again, had I not done that ride along, I don't think I would have known about this. And all of the crew that day said, well, you know, we've been told we just have to wait because they have to actually be input into the hospital, and until then, they're technically supposed to stay with the crew. But if something were to happen, it's the hospital's responsibility, and we haven't quite figured that out. And they said, well, it's completely above my pay grade. And I said, well, I don't think it's above mine because that's my job. So I want to ask both Chief Tripp and Chief Bennett how I know that you, Chief Bennett, have been working on that somewhat, and I don't know if you have, Chief Tripp, but where we are in how we're working with the hospitals to try to fix that, because I don't think the public knows that our rescue personnel could be sitting at a hospital for 8 hours.
Let me answer.
Yeah, yeah.
So with the units being at the facility, of course, that is a challenge as well. But of course, if they don't have the staffing, they cannot receive the patient. So with that, over the last couple of months, we have been meeting with certain particular hospitals. It's not all of them, you know, it's one in particular. And right now, my rescue chief meet with them monthly and going over areas where for improvement on their side. A lot of it is on their side. It's not Tampa Fire Rescue. It's not Hillsborough County Fire Rescue. It's basically if they don't have the staffing, they don't have the placement, and then the overcrowding. So it's multiple items, but with that being said, speaking with the other medical facility, we have a timeline when our units, when our dispatch let us know, hey, rescue was has been at this hospital X amount of minutes. My rescue chief is notified. He contact the CEO. They have exchange numbers to see, hey, what's going on? So the feedback will come back to him and let him know, hey, can we, what's the holdup? So basically, it's communication going on, is what I'm saying. So they meet monthly. So basically, he has the number, to, I guess, the director of the emergency room. So when dispatch says, hey, our units has been at this hospital for X amount of time, my rescue chief is notified. He contact the hospital to find out what's the problem, what's the delay. And they do everything they can to try to get the facilities. And then, of course, if you have a critical patient versus a non-emergent patient, then, of course, you have to wait. And that's nationwide. That's not just here in Tampa.
Thanks, Chief. Again, John Bennett, Chief of Staff.
Chief, give me 1 second, please. I do apologize. Are you finished?
Yeah, well, yes, I asked both of them.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
Yeah. So the feedback I would offer is the 4 data points that I think drive the decisions are what we call response time, which is what we've been talking about. What's called unit hour utilization is how busy is the particular unit. What is the turnover time at the hospital? And what is our relationship with the private ambulance company? Because all 4 of those things in our community make a difference. And so there's a private ambulance service out there that has a business model, and a lot of that's driven by a different methodology than the way public safety drives theirs. And then you have the hospital turnout time. And we met with the county fire side. I don't know if it was right before or right after Chief Tripp came on, but we started talking about this thing holistically in the county. Coming from the Pinellas side in public safety, there was a hospital on every corner, and there was a unit every 5 feet. There's a different demographic and use level over there. Over here, I don't know that it's as rich as that turnout time we need to figure, or turnover time that we need to figure out. But the county told me at the time that they were studying the hospital release time. I'll just make that term up. When do they get back out of the hospital? And I had talked to the private ambulance side about enriching their capability. And whatever it is, we just need to know it's consistent. Because if the private ambulance side is inconsistent, that's what drives us to be more challenged with our data. We need a consistent understanding. So when I had heard actually about this elongated time in the hospital, and I'm grateful there's a tactical communication going on between the rescue chief and the CEO or whoever, but maybe we need written agreements between these 2 facilities to say, listen, I think we budget about 30 minutes to get back out. And if we're there hours, that's just putting a big hindrance on the whole system. So there is there's data work to go on. I'm going to reach out. I'm sure I'll work with Chief Tripp, Chief Jones at County Fire and see if any of those studies have come together. And I will tell you the COVID data skewed a lot of things. So we usually look at 2019 and then 2022 because the years in the middle were challenging.
and thank you for that. It does seem that the problems with the hospital, because again, this is why I love to work, this is why I love to do ride-alongs, because I really hear from people on the ground. And what I'm hearing is that it depends on the shift. Like some shift supervisors are like, this is my job, I'm taking you all. And some are more like, well, this nurse has 4 patients and that's just, we're not gonna overload them. And so I think the idea of a written document I would 100% support that. What do you need a motion to have it come back to us? Is this going to be part of the public safety? How do we as council, again, as sort of the ears for the public, how do we get that information and how you're going to go about doing that?
Yeah, so a great question, and I think I would be stepping into Chief Tripp's lane by answering that. So I would bring her back, but my thought would be is, the onus is on the department, all of our departments, to provide the best level of service with council support, through the budget process and through policy. So we should be driving those kind of things to get our units back out on the road. So I'd like to hope that the motion is just to bring back some information on that as part of maybe the public safety motion that already exists. Just add that as another layer, but I'd rather have Chief Tripp explain her thoughts.
Does that work, to just come back as part of the public safety map, just the idea of what we can do? I think the answer isn't.
Well, like Chief said, it's so many different layers, you know, and while you speaking to the individuals going there and they, you know, we got personality, you know, we got different shifts, we got, you know, people handle things. That's something beyond our control, you know, and it's not all the hospitals, you know, it's kind of, when I say one in particular, you know, that has caused our units to stay there, but not only our units, a lot of other units to stay there at a certain time. So with that being said, as far as the partnership that we have with the hospitals has been outstanding. And I think by us having this communication now with this individual, it's gonna help, you know, with our units. You know, we can't, like Chief said, with, you know, COVID years and right after COVID, you know, now things are changing, opening up. So of course, everything should flow a little bit better.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Cross.
Thank you. And thank you for having this discussion today. Hopefully some folks from South Gandy and South Tampa are watching, and we'll point to them to watch this. And I know I've had some private conversations with you. I appreciate you being on top of it. You've also spoken to some members of the community. Naturally, because of the incident a few weeks ago, there were a lot of very concerned people, and we need to be able to talk to them about what to expect in the future. I think at the very basic level, the public expects us to provide public safety, and we see lots of concerns everywhere I go. I hear concerns about crime. Recently, I've heard concerns about these I'll call them ambulance response issues. And so I know you're working hard to try to fix this. Nick's working hard. And so please keep the dialogue open so we can work together as the budget comes up and with whatever else we want. And then, as my colleague, Councilmember Miranda says, the CIT money is ending soon too, so what are we going to do about that? The public, when they ask me what's happening with why are our parks falling apart in South Tampa, why are our roads falling apart in South Tampa, why don't we have enough police and fire coverage, I say to them, in all those cases, we have a citywide mobility plan in process, we have a parks plan in process, we have a public safety plan in process that my colleague Vieira proposed. Thank you. The problem is that now, not so much on this one, but on the others, people have been waiting 3 or 4 years. And what I've said to them is that those plans, the studies, will come back with objective answers. And so like you said, and Nick will talk about in a minute with his study, if we're looking at 8-minute response times, then the choice of where to put a new facility or a new truck or more people, it shouldn't be based on who the mayor likes best or who argues the best or who complains the best or who shows up at the most at ribbon cuttings or whatever. It needs to be based on what the community needs. And so once we get those plans done, hopefully they'll be done quickly, and then we can go back out and with you and explain to the public. Nick lives not that far from me, and I think he shares my concern. I'm older than he is, but I share his concern about if something happens to one of us and that truck's gone, we're in trouble. So we want to try to get this solved as quickly as possible. Thank you.
So can I respond to Councilman?
Sure, please.
So with that being said, like I say, once I got in this position, just seeing some of the deficiencies, of course, I've been working on it. And one of the things that we did to also provide that level of service throughout the whole city, we had 6 units that provided what we call basic life support. We increased because they have the skills, they have the certification. So all of our trucks now are advanced life support, meaning ALS, meaning they would do the same thing that the rescue car do. So with that being said, having that upper level of training and experience and knowledge, they could respond to those calls as well if the transport unit is not there. So these are all other items that I'm implementing to make sure that we increase that level of service throughout the city.
Councilman Miranda.
I want to echo what's been said before. It's paramount. The public, first thing that any city needs is a strong fire and police department to help the public. Secondary, of course, is the other units are just as needed as anywhere else. You got to have water, you got to have sewer, you got to have garbage, make the city run, like they say. And Simon says that, the leader of that union, and he's right. I mean, if you want to see something happen, don't pick up the garbage for just 1 week, see how many calls you get. It's the same thing with the fire and police. If something happens and they're not there within a certain time, the calls are unbelievable. But in the neighborhoods, it's so much involved, and you put out your garbage on Sunday, go pick up on Monday. But if Monday's a holiday, all hell breaks loose. You get all kinds of calls because they're used to that, and they're used to the fire and the police department giving excellent service. And as colleague Carlson said, we better be looking at the CIT tax. I saw in this agenda today, there's 10 vehicles going to be bought at $43,000 plus each. And that's 430,000, so much more, a little bit more than that, but 43,000 plus. And it's paramount that we realize that after 2026 and 27, se acabó. That means the end. There's no more of that money coming in. So we have to be prepared. I don't know how many staffers we have in the body shops or in the replacement of engines or something that has to be done. I'm not telling you what to do, how to do it, but we had a plan of what if. What if the money dries up and there's no more coming in? How do we solve that problem? So we have to be vigilant of the fact that it's around the horizon. It seems like 4 years away is a long time. It's a second in time as far as what the needs are. And those are the things that are needed. So we're willing to step up and do whatever we can to help both fire and police and the other departments that need some help. Like the councilman said, there's other priorities that we had to address because the public is growing so quick that there wasn't enough space for the people coming in to do what they had to do. But thank you very much for what you both are doing.
Chief Tripp, I just have some questions, and I'm trying to work out my strategy. You had 27 new graduates.
23.
23 new graduates at the Fire Museum. It was a pleasure to watch all of them raise their hands and be sworn in. During that time of their training, through attrition, how many firefighters left the department?
How many has left?
Have left. During their training, the 23, how many firefighters left the department? Ballpark figure. But my point is being, we got 23. If we had 28 leave, we're down 5.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
But how, is it budget restrictions from keeping more firefighters coming in to keep up the demands that your department needs? Is it us that could be saying, hey, we need more staffing, like I did at the last budget meeting, for not only fire, but for police, code enforcement, inspections? Is it budgetary that's keeping the department from gaining more?
Administration gave me 57 positions. I'm hiring. Okay, when I got in this position, we was already down some numbers. I've hired 104. I'm in the process of hiring some more. We're looking to bring on maybe another 20 to 25. That should start in March, around about March 20th. You know, so what I'm trying to do is get my numbers, get that vacancy rate down. Now I can see what I need to ask administration for.
Now, when we hire for the training period.
We hire.
For the training period, for
Well,
the
we hire-
academy.
Well, no, we hire firefighters to come on the job. They go through a 6-week
Okay.
orientation period.
How many of these firefighters last more than 3 or 4 years?
All of them.
Okay. Do we go out and actually do a hiring search?
We go to all of the schools whenever they have graduation, so I have my operations chief go to different schools and talk to the candidates as well.
And do we have a porthole for people that are interested in becoming a firefighter on our website? Can someone says, I want to be a firefighter, can they go on Tampa Tampa website and apply for a position or find out how to become a firefighter?
I will have to check. Honestly, I don't know. But I know we're in the process of getting a scholarship program up.
Because if it's budget, I'm going to make my claim again. Next budget hearing, we need more staffing. We often hear council members talking about single source. Fire equipment, is that a single source?
It all depends on what item it is, to keep the continuity in the same type of equipment, and then of course the specs are different. So it all depends on what the specification is for whatever the piece of equipment is.
So things aren't single source, we could just go to 3 or 4 different places. It's not a matter of supply chain or just one manufacturer or manufacturers.
No, if it's an item that I need, I can go anywhere and get it unless there's certain specs, and this is the only company that actually have those specs.
So everything is readily available. Just an observation, I went and saw all my friends down at Station 14. I saw a ladder truck in there that if it was a privately owned vehicle, would have a blue antique plate on it, 20 years old.
That's a reserve unit. That's not their front line.
It's still a vehicle that's being used. I'm amazed at that. Chief Tripp, thank you very, very much. Chief Bennett,
I'm gonna see if I can do this, but I just went to the website. Can you bring up the OMO? And you fill these boots right online, so apply now. So it's there.
thank you. Councilman Goode.
Yeah, you had asked me to wait, so when he comes up,
And
I
I
have
was
some.
just about ready to ask him
I
to
have
come
some-
up.
I have some
I
specific
just wanted to
questions.
hear Chief Bennett.
Could I just say also, Mr. Bennett, if you could share,
Councilman Carlson, you are recognized.
if you could share with us those links, we can post them on our social channels too to try to recruit more. Thank you.
Can I say something about recruiting? We don't have a problem recruiting. People come. I mean, we have applicants, as soon as we open up the process, they're applying. I screen them, the panel screen them, and then we send them through the process to get hired. So what I'm saying, I'm hiring. And whenever we have individuals to leave, we are actually projecting, just like this year, we're looking to have maybe 5 or 6 people retire, So my goal is to hire this group here and get another group in the summer. So when I hire those 20, because once I came in, it was already a deficit of personnel. Staff gave me another 57 positions to help offset that with the equipment that we have. And usually when they come here, we don't have a problem with retention. They stay, so.
Then again, I go back to my question. Is it budget? Do we need to push for a bigger budget so you can have more firefighters and EMS?
Maybe I'm missing you, because when you talk about budgets for us getting more firefighters, we have to get more units to put them in. So, and that's what I'm working on.
Then are we talking budget again?
I've ordered equipment, okay, it's just not here.
To get more equipment, you need this council to
I'm
demand
always gonna
that we
increase the
get more of
budget.
budget
I'm
to
definitely
you.
gonna always increase the budget,
That's what I wanted to hear.
okay.
Stucco.
My turn,
Hey,
sir?
good afternoon.
My turn?
Councilman Goods, I was going to bring up Mr. Stucco as you requested, but please, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Good.
Nick, before you get started, we've heard the chief, I've heard some of the points some other councilors brought out. Today is the day, you as the new president, to tell the chief and this council what you need, what you don't have, and that way she can respond. This council can know the requests you've been asking, read the application process, the portal's not open, it's closed, it should be open constantly, the lack of firefighters, equipment, discipline, anything that you feel the chief should know. Now's the time that the chief can respond. I understand the union's found a place to buy these chassis. The chief says she's ordering them. I want to know all about that, the concerns of the union. So every councilman want to know, the chief will know, and then she can be able to tell us what's going on in reference to the things you're asking for. You have the floor, sir.
Good afternoon, council, city staff, and those listening in. Nick Stocko, President, Tim Firefighters, Local 754. This time I did have something written, but since we'll go for the audible and you're asked there, Councilman Goods, I just wanted to touch on some of the comments that were made in particular about, first off, I just want to say that I apologize in advance if anything of my passion gets mistaken for anger. So there's no anger here. We're all friends, colleagues, and work together with respect. In regards to the GIS study that the firefighters union did, it was actually pre-COVID. So those numbers were pre-COVID, and there was recommendations set forth on that GIS. And those recommendations were for 3 stations immediately. And as you saw prior, it called for 15. We didn't ask for 15. We just called for 3. New Tampa, Channel Side, and I believe the third was in the West Shore, Gandy area. So that GIS study that we did in 2019 is pre-COVID. So I wanted to touch on that. The other thing, and thank you, Chief Bennett, his experience over in Pinellas County, I think it's a good viewpoint of the EMS systems. As Chief Bennett mentioned, there was a hospital on every corner. I know we may not have that ability to do so, to put a hospital on every corner, but we could definitely put an ambulance nearby or at every corner, as was mentioned. Just actually now, as we're talking, my phone's constantly going off, so I'm here as a representative of the firefighters union. There are rescue ambulances waiting at the hospital for over 3 hours. So that's I just wanted to touch on that. Councilman Goods, you talk about the needs of the department, the needs that the firefighters union is asking for before this council and city staff, and I think that I'm more than happy to go over them. But there was a lot of talking this morning, there's a lot of planning, there's a lot of discussion. How much more do we need to discuss? How much more do we need to plan? How much more do we need to have conversation over this? Or we're just letting the people vote or hearing what the people got to say? So one of the things in can help a lot with response times is the AVL, the vehicle locators. You know, we're trying to keep accurate data from this response time, yet we have 92,000 calls on one channel. So when we're on the radio, all 92,000 calls are on one channel. So once we go responding, unless the radio's available, we're not getting through. So we may get through a minute or so down, so our data that we're basing these response times off of may not be as accurate.
The councilman may not know, but let me stop you right there. So you're saying that the fire only has one channel versus the police probably has about 8 channels. What you tell them?
So all of dispatch is ran on one channel, 92,000 calls. In the event that the channel has in the event that the alarm has 3 or more channels, 3 or more units responding, they'll go to a separate channel. So like a fire or a hazmat,
It's a special channel.
that'll go to a special channel.
Special channel.
But all medical, BLS, we're available, we're in-house, we're responding, we're at hospital, we're at transporting. The communications go on and on, we're on one channel.
That's odd to me. Gentlemen, at the police department, you have different channels. District 1, every is a different channel, sector. So that's odd to me, and again, police and fire work kind of differently, but I think that's something that could be looked in. As the chief raised up a little bit, that's odd if the fire department is working on one channel for the whole city for dispatch. I mean, I would think it would be by districts or by zones that you have more than one channel, and I'll let the chief respond to that in a minute, but that's odd to me, but go ahead and continue.
Right, yeah, and actually, I think Chief Bennett and I talked about it one time at a Gasparilla Arts over at JBL. We had just brief conversation over it. But yes, we do operate off one channel. Again, the only time that we have a separate channel if there's 3 alarms or greater. Now, could that 3 units or greater? Could that be because of our dispatch center, whether we only have 3 people at minimum? You know, I don't advocate for the dispatchers, but I can tell you what Chief Tripp said is very factual. It's the whole big picture. It starts from when the call comes in, our dispatch center, the software, the telecommunicators that radio to the channel. Once they go to a separate channel, one dispatcher gets taken out of the equation and goes to tend to that channel and solely that channel. So you only have 2 dispatchers left, if the minimum of dispatchers is still 3.
I know y'all got a little smaller section. Communications down on the north side of Hillsborough Avenue. You might want to one day take a visit down there and see how they operate down there. The communication system. But again, that's odd. I've been down there. I didn't realize there was only that many people on the fire side in dispatch down there.
I'm 99% sure that 3% is 3 people is the minimum there for communications. I do believe they may have tried to increase staffing to 4.
I know police got a bunch.
They're I should pay more attention to them. They are part of our family, although they're non-bargaining members, and I should pay more attention to them. But I think the information that I have is pretty factual.
Okay, continue.
In regards to what was just made about, we have the firefighters, we just need the equipment. I can tell you that there's some vehicles out in the city that have lights on it, a Tampa Fire Rescue sticker on it, and it responds to calls, but yet it's cross-staffed. The Heavy Rescue downtown, Heavy Rescue 1, Heavy Rescue 21, the boats. We have one vehicle down on the port that just has 1 person on it. There are vehicles that do respond to calls that don't have people on them. So in the event that one of the units goes on a call, the other unit gets left behind at the station. Heavy Rescue 1 is a perfect example of it. It is downtown. It is the most, important piece of an apparatus when the firefighters call the elite of firefighters, that when they need help, they generally call Heavy Rescue 1 or Truck 1. But if Truck 1 is on alarm, being the busiest truck downtown, Heavy Rescue 1 doesn't respond. Truck 1 has to run emergency back to the station to go pick that vehicle up and then take it over. So if we do have the firefighters and we just need the equipment, there are equipment out there that they could be staffed on that go to calls now. So in regards to units, there are fire stations that we don't have ambulances at them, whether it's Davis Island, south of Gandy, 22 up in New Tampa. There are units, there are stations out there that don't have ambulances. And yes, Chief Tripp took an initiative that we've been waiting for a very, very long time, and that was to get the advanced equipment on these ladder trucks. But the ladder trucks aren't taking people to the hospital. When these people call 911, they generally want to be taken to the hospital. So that was one of the comments to that. I did write something out, and I did want to talk a little bit about it. If you guys have a little bit more time, and then we continue on to the conversations. But 2 weeks ago, we spoke on some of the deficits that we're currently facing. I don't want to reiterate on what we've been talking about for years, because it seems like we've been doing just that, talking. I do applaud Chief Tripp. She has relocated those 2 units to the Sulphur Springs area, and that was a much need, and it was the relocating of those units. I want to highlight just some of the events in the last 2 weeks since our meeting. On January 12th, the city of Tampa was thriving. It's 5 p.m. The workforce is entering and leaving the city using major roads like 275 and I-4. Tampa international flights are incoming and outgoing. We're at full capacity with all gears running. Now add 20,000 people to watch the Tampa Bay Lightning at Amalie Arena. Add a couple thousand people strolling into the Strass Center for the world-famous Hamilton show. Yeah, at this time, we only had 1 ambulance available. That was last Thursday at 5 o'clock, and there was only 1 ambulance available.
We just talking about a BLS unit? Regular,
Transporting, all in all, there was 1 unit available. 1 transporting unit. I'm
The
not
ambulance
even,
company we're using down in the city for the counties, was it AMR still, or is Transtar?
to my knowledge, AMR and AmeriCare, correct, sir? AMR and AmeriCare no longer run into the city. Hillsborough County has, and maybe Chief Tripp can help me and Chief Bennett can help me on that. AMR and AmeriCare are now only being used for Hillsborough County, and only TransCare is our BLS provider. There was an article yesterday that of the 32 calls that they got, they turned down 27 of them. So 27 of the 32 calls they received, they couldn't attend to, which then Tampa Fire Rescue has a duty to act, and we then have to respond for them. So when there's no BLS available, we have to respond.
Okay. If you counsel BLS is your basic life support unit.
Yeah, that's advanced life support.
All that not to mention that including we have the #1 zoo in the state of Florida, 1.2 million, 1.3 million, y'all just heard it. We have more people coming to the zoo, more people coming to Busch Gardens. That video that I watched in the beginning of this meeting showed some performance highlights. We're still waiting on ours. On January 14th, on a beautiful Saturday in Tampa Bay, the city's pumping. Curtis Hickson celebrating Black Heritage Festival. Amalie Arena with another 20,000 people from the Strass Center. and an already strained EMS system. On top of all of that, we don't have the additional transport units that we need. Yet we took one of the rescue units, Rescue 251, out of Sulphur Springs, and we placed it down at Plant High School for a special event. We already have a taxed EMS system, and we are subsidizing for our special events with City of Tampa equipment and staff. On January 16th, the Bucks hosted an NFL playoff game where the city spoke out warning residents on the increase in traffic. Raymond James was sold out with 60,000 people alone. Thousands upon thousands of spectators in all surrounding areas of Tampa Bay, yet no increase in transport units. When we introduced 60,000 people into Raymond James, there's 1 ambulance there, and that's for the players. That's for the NFL. The NFL requires that transport be in there. So we introduce all these people to the city, yet there's no increase in transport units. Again, we are taxed and introduce 100,000 people into the city at one time. On this day specifically, the West Tampa ambulance, which is the ambulance that services Raymond James, ran 19 calls. 19 calls in 24 hours, that ambulance ran. We're in a state of crisis. Tampa Fire Rescue, the city, and from the firefighters' point of view, and being a resident living here, we're in a state of crisis. If it's recruitment, the chief just spoke. We've got people that want to work here. We're applying now, and thankful to the staff that has added the increase in budget. Hopefully, we can get those boots full, and hopefully, we're nearly full as it is. If it's equipment or vehicles, and we don't single source, if we can't go with a Toyota, we need to go with a Dodge or a Ford or a Kia, then that's what we need to do. If the manufacturer that we're reaching out to now has an extended long wait time, are we putting lives on the back burner? To Councilman Citro's comment, thank you for stopping by the fire station yesterday, and I believe it's a 1992, and we're working with trucks that are as old as I am. The brave men and women of Local 754 are working their tails off. But this isn't about the union. This isn't about the administration, council, the city. This is about the citizens. This is about the residents that we serve. When Shirley Fox Knowles swears us in on the second floor of that museum, we all raise our right hand. And that's to save lives and to protect the citizens in which we serve in. We've got to put politics aside. We've got to put parties aside. We have to put all that aside. I've spelled out some of the needs. When is enough enough? It's a tape recorder. We hear the same thing. The firefighters let me know. Oh, tell us something we don't know. Tell us something we don't know. That's where we're at. That's where we're at as a local, and that's where we're at as a city, even being a city resident. Not to mention, we're eagerly anticipating working with the administration and hearing the long-awaited Public Safety Master Safety Plan on February 23rd. We've got to put everything aside. So I'm available to any more comments, questions.
I wanted Chief, because I wanted you to get it all out. That way the Chief can hear it, because maybe she's probably been there, but sometimes she has a boss, and some things she can do and she can't do. But I think she's done a great job of coming in so far to try to get some things moving in the right direction. I don't know about we know about the wait time until we were told about it. I didn't know about this law or rule that requires that wait time be cut down, a power, or whatever rule that is. And, again, I don't know about the chassis and if these chassis can fit what we need to have done or whatever. So, again, looking at policies and getting with Tampa General CEO to see how they need to have a waiting area for when these guys come in that are non-life threatening, they can be put in a certain area versus a person who's got a trauma. And that's going to go first regardless. So I'd like the chief to be able to respond to some of the things and your concerns. That way council can see, or if it may be in the master plan forthcoming, that will be aware. And I always say, we can always do what I call get the legwork done, but when does the implementation point start? So hopefully she can tell us with the master plan, when some of the things you're talking about, if they're in there, will start as an implementation phase. So Chief, I'll give you the floor to.
With all due respect, Councilman, is there any other comments or questions?
I just want to get, for clarity, I appreciate everything you said, sir, and everything the chief has said, Chief Tripp. Does anyone know, when you have a new recruiting group coming in, how many others do we get from other surrounding fire departments that apply here? Is that a viable number at all, or just one or two? Or?
I'm sure the chief may have the answer to that. Yeah, I'm sure the chief may have the answer to that. We've got people.
Yeah.
They're swearing in. They're applying. We've got the people.
We need the logistics to go with the people. The stuff,
Correct.
the equipment, and the station and so forth.
The implementation portion.
Right.
To touch on, sorry, Councilman Moreno, but to touch on Councilman Goods, they briefly spoke on getting with those local partners of those CEOs of those hospitals. You could look at Lakeland Regionals and you could look at Pinellas Counties. Theirs are different. Why does Hillsborough Counties lack? But that's probably above my pay grade.
Maybe the chief can take that back to the group that's working on it and ask those questions.
I can't speak for any of the hospitals, but I know Tampa General just building a big center here and finishing up the the center that they have here on Kennedy Boulevard in Rome, I believe, or close to it. And they're making that a emergency area, I believe, also emergency maybe for your fire department also, I'm not sure. I know when you go to the main hospital at Tampa General, there's a lot of people there, you have a backup, and I agree, it's getting too long and too worrisome till you can be doing other things.
And the city shouldn't be subsidizing for the falls of the hospitals. Our taxpayers, our residents, shouldn't be paying because the hospital hasn't built the infrastructure or the staff. It's our taxpayers, our firefighters' lives that are being detrimented and strained because of their falls.
I said it in a different way, you said it in the correct way. Thank you.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Wait, well, I have something, but
Councilman Maniscalco.
you read my mind. I didn't read my hand, but, so if you look at item number 4, it says here 100 Ford Interceptor, police vehicles at $43,000, $4.3 million and 100 police vehicles. Why are we not applying that? And I know ALS and BLS vehicles are much more expensive. Ladder trucks are a fortune. I've gone through all that. But, you know, we're accommodating police for what they need. We need to look at the budget, and we need to focus on getting the equipment you're talking about. One ambulance dedicated to the NFL with 60,000 people. I live around the corner. You know, I know you have the hospital there, but God forbid, in a situation where, you know, you have somebody needs an ambulance to be transported, what were you going to do on Monday? On top of everything else
Call
that
in
you
an
mentioned?
Uber.
Call in, yeah, I mean, come on. I'm not,
I agree with you, Councilman, I'm just
you know
saying.
what I'm saying? But the
Yeah.
point I'm making is, you know, we're budgeting, and I know we need to look at the budget now. We should have been looking at it for this upcoming year. But if we're accommodating the police, we accommodate fire. And there's a lot of necessities here, and this is something that we need to look at, the administration needs to look at, our CFO, and meet these needs. We're gonna have a major catastrophe here, or more and more deaths. We're playing games here, so, thank you.
Councilman Vera.
Thank you very much, and just very brief, because I know we still have second readings waiting, et cetera. I just wanted to salute you, Nick. I said it last time, and I'll say it again. The word I always think about you whenever I see you speak publicly is urgency, that you really bring a sense of urgency to these issues, and it's just, it's obvious that you're as passionate, as sincere as all hell about it, but you bring a real sense of urgency. I just wanted to salute you for that. Very brief again, because of the other issues. Thank you.
A few years ago, Joe Greco brought to my attention that not every firefighter, not every driver knows every address in this city. And they had to use their own iPads or their own cell phones for GPS. Are we still having an issue with that?
There was some testing at Raymond James on Monday on getting those medics with some locators. To my knowledge, no.
So nothing for trucks, nothing for ambulances?
To my knowledge, no.
So that, again, the firefighters have to use their own equipment, their own
map book.
personal equipment for GPS.
Yeah, or an outdated map book, if the page is still in the book.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I just rode with police, and they had just gotten some new tablets for that very thing. We'll have to ask Chief Bennett if he knows anything about that, to possibly see if we could fund getting our rescue cars and our fire trucks with the same tablet system that the police just got.
And that was going to be the end to
we-
my questions.
we had-
as far as
we had tablets.
getting equipment, proper equipment for our first responders, so they don't have to use their own.
We had tablets. There was tablets placed on every vehicle. The implementation portion, it fell by the wayside. It was a bad program, and it was the mobile tech program that was expected to be done in April of 2021. That was reports here, April 2021, and the latest October of 2021, that program would be completed after it passed administrative phase. So we've done the tablets. We've had them up in the truck, up on the windshield. We're past all that. We need to start putting something in these units.
Chief Tripp.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilman Goods, you're recognized.
Okay, Chief, you've heard from the union. I know we had a meeting a couple of months ago before Andrew left about communication and things like that. So you've heard Nick. So it's your time to go ahead and see where we at and be able to tell us what's going on.
So just to reiterate on some of the items I've talked about already and to go along with President Stocko here. And as he said, we need to put the politics aside and let's do what's right for the department, for the community and stuff. And, you know, to have individuals, you know, call, you know, you all without coming to me and let's talking about what we're doing. I want everything for fire, for public safety. I'm looking for more stations. I'm looking for land. I'm looking to do equipment and all of this, okay? With that being said. So if we talk about the AVL, the system, the computer system, that was before my time, okay? When I got in here, that was already started. So when I realized that it wasn't gonna be beneficial to the men and women out on Tampa Fire, I stopped it immediately because it wasn't gonna work. Once we stopped that, we're in the process of implementing a new one to get a new system. We've changed some of the tactics behind it as far as how that company came abroad, and we're getting good vendors coming in to be able to identify what Tampa Fire needs, what's going to benefit the city of Tampa. So that is in works. When we're talking about one ALS unit in service, okay, I get the same page that he gets. The question is, why did we have 3 units out of service? So once I got that page, I called to find out, all of a sudden we got 5 units in service because they were switching out. So of course, it's a lot of internal stuff going on. So when you see, or when there is a concern, I don't want to say a problem, you know, when there's a concern, let's figure out what happened before we start putting blame somewhere. That's one. When we talk about the NFL as far as what they request, we have over 40 medics. Actually, Tampa has probably close to 30, 40 medics. Hillsborough County have like another 20 that are there to provide that service in case if something was to happen, okay? That's what we do when it comes to special events. I work in different special events. Do we need additional units? I've been talking to you guys and telling you that for the longest, you know. Whether the budget, you know, need to be increased every year. I can't say the CFO is not here to say how much money that has been given to fire in this last budget and the one before. I've ordered 15 new rescue cars. I received 2 of them on the bike order. Now, when we talk about getting a Toyota versus a Lamborghini, you're right. I'm downsizing because I can get more bang for my bucks. But when it comes to putting these vehicles out there on the street and putting people's lives in it, I want the best quality for the community. So when you talk about putting chassis, when we talk about single sources for a particular unit, I don't care where you go, those freight line chassis that we're looking, I don't care what manufacturer you go to, you're not going to get them. Now, they do have 450s and 550s chassis that we can get. Those are the ones that we went away from. Matter of fact, we have 2, what we call used to be the peak cars, have that 450, 550. It stays in the shop. What good is it if in the shop if it's not on the street? Okay? So if someone know of another manufacturer that have these freight line chassis, these heavy duty chassis that we need to respond to the calls, I'm all for it. It's not about the single source, it's about getting that equipment. Now, when it comes to single sourcing from one manufacturer to another one, the one that we used to single source, I went with the Florida sheriff plan to get other because the price was cheaper. So now I got more vehicles than what I was going to get if I went with the single source. So I am doing homework when it comes to that. When we talk about the unit having 19 calls, you know, I would love to see exactly, was those tone out cancels or was those actually transport? Did they get on scene? You know, it's a lot of information that President Stocko is bringing that I would like to definitely look into, because when I see that there's a concern or issue, I want to take care of it, you know. So when it comes to a lot of the information that's given, let's get the facts together, okay? Let's find out what, when, where, and how before we sit here and start pointing fingers. When it comes to public safety, I'm all about it. But I tell you, for Barbara Tripp to be in this position for a year and a half, and what we have accumulated over that year and a half, it has been a true blessing. I can't speak for the previous administration and all of the non-succession planning, transition, trying to buy units for the future. I can't speak for that. I can only do what I can do for now, and that's what I've been doing. I've been increasing. We just got 2 heavy rescue. We just ordered that. I go down next week to order 3 more engines, you know, down in Bradenton, and then we getting ready to order another tiller. My inventory list, when I first got there and saw the ages of those vehicles, I was like, oh my gosh, you're right, they should have a blue tag on them, okay? But I can't speak for the past. I can only talk about the future and the stuff that I'm trying to do for the men and women of Tampa Fire Rescue. I have their best interests at my heart because I was out there as well. I don't forget where I come from. I appreciate everything they've done for Tampa Fire Rescue and what they do for the community. But let's get the facts together. And like you said, let's get the politics. I want to work with you, not against you. We have a job to do. We have people, we have a community that we have to serve. You know, so a lot of the information, I'm not just gonna keep going back and forth. When we talk about the hospitals, Tampa General St. Joe's have not been an issue. When they see Tampa Fire come in, they automatically, do everything they can to try to offload. It might be a hiccup because, they might have a trauma or something that might take precedence, and we have to wait a couple of minutes. The one particular hospital that we're in process of, communicating with to try to see if we can get that relationship a little bit better when it comes to our units. So.
Any other comments or questions?
Chief, last thing, I think you pretty much wrapped it up.
Councilman Good, you're recognized.
The application process for anybody that want to apply, is that closed or is that open? Because I understand that it's closed during the court period, then it opens up, or if we need people, why is it not open up the whole time?
I close and open because I don't want to put the strain on HR. I let them know when we're getting ready because you can open it up and it can stay open, but I'm not going to keep applying because it's a process. When Tampa Fire hires, we have multiple departments that's included in that. So what I do, because the process used to take about 8 months. When I came on, it took about 8 months. I have decreased that down to anywhere between 3 and 4 months. We open it up the end of December, where we're going to have those individuals on March 20th. And that's because I work with the departments. I let them know, hey, I'm looking to hire. You give me 2 weeks where you can do whatever additional testing. And that's why we do it that way, because I don't want no one stand on the list, because if I'm not in the process of interviewing, I'm not going to interview nobody so they can sit on that list for 6 months. So I'd rather just open it up for a period, let them know this is the time we're hiring. If they want to apply, we do have on the internet that they can go in and put their name on the list. So when that position opens up, it will automatically send them an email and let them know that, hey, firefighter position is open, you can apply.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you finished?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Councilman Carlson.
I just want to say thank you again. It's evident now to the public what I've experienced in talking to you privately recently is that you have been working really hard over the last 18 or so months, and you've got a handle on the issues, and I appreciate you pushing back and having discussions with us, robust discussions with us about it, and I look forward to seeing what you come up with a plan. I appreciate any work you can do to work with Nick and his team as well. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Chief. If Nicholas, please, quickly.
I didn't know if you were done, sir.
I get last word, Nick.
Just Nick Stocco, President Local Side 4. I hear previous administrations, and I heard it throughout the morning, previous administrations. We've got to do stuff, and we've got to do stuff now. In regards to the peak units being in the shop, that's because we're running them to the point where we can't maintain them, and they live in the shop. And those peak units were designed for special events as ancillary, not to be beat down as much as they are. We just got 2 new rescues, Rescue 9 and Rescue 24. Replacement vehicles. We got 2 new replacement vehicles, one in West Tampa, one over at 13. Why can't we take those 2 additional units, those 2 replacement vehicles, and put them in other parts of the city and fill them like we had the peak car program, where it's a voluntary overtime status, at least to solve this crisis. We have a crisis where we need ambulances. We just got 2 new replacements. Why can't we take those 2 units, put them right back on the street, and run them as peak voluntary overtime status? And if it's budget or if it's finances, I hope we can set that aside. Thank you.
As he say, those peak units, those are the 450s and the 550s. That's why if there's a manufacturer that can make those vehicles, I don't want them. I don't need them for the community because they're not going to be beneficial. They're not going to help me because they're going to stay in the shop because of the wear and tear.
If I may ask you, explain to the public what you're talking about, because they hear P50, 450, they don't know what that is. They think it's a rod and reel maybe, or but you're talking about the chassis, the whole top of body was a 450, whatever.
Right, so pretty much right now what we're using is like an M2, the Freightliner chassis, which is a heavy duty chassis. you have the truck, and then you have the body part that holds the box that we actually transport patients in. So it's a difference between the chassis. You know, we using a heavy duty now, that's what we're going to. The 450 is more like a Ford big truck, like a F-150, it's a 450, you know. So it is a truck, but it's not a heavy duty truck to take the wear and tear and the response time that how we run our vehicles.
Chief Bennett?
Just for Councilman Good's questions real quick about the 911 center. So, great questions. The way I understand it, because it was different across the bay, police answer every call, and then they transfer to fire. So that's why the police side has more intake options, and they rotate between call taking and dispatch, where when it gets down to fire, it's getting triaged for dispatch. So it's kind of a work funnel to get to fire. Based on the numbers I hear with fire in the 90,000s, that's, if you break it down, it's about 10 calls an hour. The police are running 60 calls an hour, about 1 a minute. So the offset in load is part of the reason too for the differences in workload. Now, of course, fire calls are gonna be involved with the transports and everything else. So that's why that unit hour utilization is so important, is how many hours within 24 hours are they busy? And that's a workload analysis. And then, of course, that offsets the response time concerns that we all need to define as a level of service and then fund that gap. And that's what we all need to work together on. But, and you heard Chief Tripp talk about the CAD makeover. We did buy tablets for fire because I saw those maps, the real maps, when I got here. They had coffee stains on them. I mean, it was just ridiculous. And when I found out the CAD thing was bogging down, Chief Rohero found money and we bought tablets. But that was really just a Band-Aid to get them to the CAD program delivery. But it was at least to get them out of that antiquated map book that they were, you know, using hard copies for, trying to drive and flip pages, which is just no good. So I will tell you that, you know, Chief Tripp, at least in my experience, of course, I haven't seen all the other chiefs, is the only one that's bringing the progress to the table, saying, I need this, I need that. So your support for her as we go through the next budget cycle will be paramount.
Councilman Goods.
Chief, but still, with the dispatch system, you know, I know police maybe have a higher volume maybe than fire, but working off one frequency, I mean, that's kind of.
Yeah, that's something we need to look at.
I need to look at that. I mean, one frequency, I mean, you got, you know, we have what, 4 different areas, different sectors. Six sectors, you know, and they're running calls and stations all over the place and have one frequency.
Yeah.
I mean, and they can't get on. I mean, I think that's something we need to look at to see if we can add another frequency, a couple frequencies for each one of those sectors, so they don't have to worry about not being able to get onto the radio. Because as a police, you need to get on the radio. You want to get on the radio. I'll be honest.
Yeah, no, and I understand, and I think, again, this is a leap of understanding right now, but back in the 2000s, when I was working with fire on the Urban Area Security Initiative, they had the MDTs, the computers in the vehicles, and somehow, I don't know how that fell off over the last decade, but probably the reason they had one dispatcher, because they could, on their MDT, say, I'm here. They could do things that didn't require dispatch. And now dispatch is picking up the gap without the right CAD system. So whether it's a temp or a full fix, we got to figure that out. But it's a good point.
All right.
Anything else from the council members? Chief, are you
No, I'm good. If you have any questions.
Are you finished?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief, hold on 1 second. I'm going to make my last statement if council doesn't mind. Thank you very much. Budget. Next time around, shoot us a number you want. And then I suggest that this council add 10% to it. Not for what you want, but for what's needed in the future.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief. Council, we have a question. We have 4 agenda items, 52, 53, 54, and 55. The legal representation for the city has an obligation and has to be out of here by 5:30. Can we take those 4 agenda items to ensure that they get heard with legal here?
Move to open the public hearings,
Second.
9:30 a.m. all the way to
motion made by Councilwoman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. All in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone who's going to be giving any type of testimony in any of the hearings for the remainder, would you please rise to be sworn in? Ms. Barnes, please raise your hand, just for the heck of it. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you all. Let's go to agenda item number 52. Ms. Barnes, you going to lead us off on that?
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 52 is REZ 2282, being presented for second reading and adoption for 6204 Inner Bay Boulevard. The request is to rezone the property from RS 60 to PD for residential single-family attached, a daycare center, strip shopping center, including CN uses, medical office, and restaurant. Site plans were dropped off to council chambers earlier this week. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Barnes? Thank you. Petitioner.
Good afternoon, David Mechanic, here on behalf of the applicants Omar Garcia, David Shirk, and we are simply here to answer any questions you may have.
Is there any questions for the applicant? Hearing none, is there anyone in chambers who would like to speak to agenda item number 52, file number REZ 22-82? Seeing none, do we have anyone online?
Yes, Ms. Perino.
Yes.
Yes, can you please be sworn in? Raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Lorraine Perino. I'm the president of the Tampa Tree Advocacy Group. When my older daughter was in junior high, she had a poster on her door that said, "Extinction is forever." It was very impressive. This is one of the last pieces, if not the last piece of pristine property left in the Inner Bay area, one of the most overdeveloped areas in South Tampa. Yet on this undeveloped piece of property, containing 165 trees, the developer wants to permit him to waive the city's tree retention requirement of 50% and allow him to retain a mere 10% of the 165 trees on this property. In other words, the developer plans to remove 92 of the 165 trees on this property. Those 92 trees would comprise a small forest. Tampa's tree code would require 230 trees to mitigate the value of those 92 removed trees, 221 of which would be required to be type 1, the most valuable of shade trees, but which the city arborist says cannot fully be accommodated on this site. The city arborist also states that this property has considerable tree cover, and with the proposed design, this property is losing canopy cover, which covers more than 4 acres of land. The City of Tampa arborist has found this rezoning petition to be inconsistent with the city's tree code requirements. The city's transportation department also found this plan development to be inconsistent and in potential violation of no fewer than 3 city codes. This property now serves the entire area as a perfectly functioning carbon sink, mitigating the effects of street flooding in this most flood-prone area in South Tampa. Once these trees are removed, they will be gone forever, and Tampa residents will forever be deprived of all the benefits that they receive from them. At the December rezoning hearing, several youthful Tampa residents and one military enlisted man testified that they would love to buy a condo in this development. However, these condos will be selling in excess of $700,000. How many people, military people currently residing on MacDill Air Force Base, and how many young people do you imagine could afford to purchase a condo at that price point? The young people who I meet and who are employed here in Tampa tell me that they live in nearby counties or outside of the city limits because they cannot afford to buy a house in Tampa. I don't know exactly who you think you are representing when you approve one new luxury condo development after another here in Tampa, but I can tell you that you are not representing the majority of people who work here and who would like to reside in Tampa. I'm really sick and tired of the city playing poor mouth when it comes to buying property like this and this 4-acre parcel and turning it into a park. I would love to know where all the hundreds of millions of dollars that the newly constructed multi-million-dollar mansions paying property taxes which pour into the city coffers is going, because it's sure not going into public projects like buying undeveloped land like this for the public benefit. Is the city even planting the 1,000 trees a year as mandated by the Tampa Tree Ordinance? Tampa is losing old growth oaks at a great rate due to overdevelopment, yet it's hard to get an answer from the city about how it's compensating Tampa's residents for the great loss of tree canopy. Please reverse your ill-considered decision to allow this rezoning request and instead vote to preserve one of Tampa's last remaining parcels of tree-covered natural beauty for Tampa's residents.
Thank you very
present
much,
and
ma'am.
future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else online? Anyone else in chambers?
Move to close. Second.
We have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by rebuttal.
Very briefly, Mr. Chairman, this is Dave Mechanic again. We addressed the trees extensively during the hearing in December. I would just remind council that 85% of the trees were either in fair or poor condition. We are saving all of the grand trees. Regarding the comments about the traffic department, we addressed all the traffic concerns, except for they have what they call a technical objection because we have a 1.4% reduction in parking, which is virtually, it's minuscule. And with that, I leave it to council. We would respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
Motion closed by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilman Carlson, can you read agenda item number 52?
I'd like to pass on reading it, but could I make a statement also, or do you want somebody else to read it first?
Surely.
Just on a statement, last time I voted for this, like Ms. Perino, I'm a big tree advocate and I want to protect as many trees as we possibly can. We spent a large amount of time last time asking questions about the city and the applicants, tree experts about these trees, and in weighing what the current uses are, what they could do now. There are some cases, even near where I live, where now the residents wish they had approved or pushed for something that they wanted us to vote against. And in this case, weighing the possibilities of what could happen to the trees if in another circumstance, I voted for it and I will continue to vote for it. But that doesn't change how I feel about trees. And it's sad to me when any trees are torn down, but I'd rather save as many of these trees as we can, looking at the alternatives where we could end up potentially with none. Thank you.
Councilman Vieira.
If I may, I'll read it, sir.
Thank you. I was
Thank
going to
you.
go to you.
Yes, sir, unless if anyone.
I was going to go to you,
Yes,
Councilman.
sir. Long day. I move item 52, file number REZ22-82, ordinance being presented for second reading, adoption ordinance rezoning proper and general vicinity of 6204 Inter Bay Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS 60 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family, attached daycare strip shopping center including CN uses, medical office and restaurant, providing effective date.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Any further discussion? Place your votes and record.
Motion carried with Hurtak voting no.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 53, file number REZ 22-75.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 53 is REZ 2275, being presented for second reading and adoption for property located at 1603 North Florida Avenue and 318 and 320 East Henderson Avenue. Rezoning property from RM24 and PD to PD for an emergency shelter facility, commercial off-street parking, and business professional office. Site plans were dropped off earlier this week. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Barnes? Seeing none. Ms. Shaler, I please need for you to raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Council. Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive. For the record, this was unanimously approved back in December on the 15th, and we have made all of the revisions as staff mentioned, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, is there anyone online to speak to this?
Move close.
Second.
Is there anyone in chambers? Seeing none, motion's been made by Councilman Good, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Councilman Carlson.
Yes, sir. I'd like to move number 53, file number REZ 22-75, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1603 North Florida Avenue and 318 and 320 East Henderson Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM24 residential multifamily and PD plan development to PD plan development emergency shelter facility, commercial off-street parking, and business professional office, providing effective date.
We have a motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Any further discussion? Place your votes and record.
Motion carried unanimously with Hurtak being absent at vote.
Agenda item number 54, file number REZ 22-90.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 54 is REZ 2290, being presented for second reading for 2500 West Azeel Street, rezoning property from PD to PD for a business professional office. Site plans were dropped off earlier this week. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Barnes? Ms. Corbett?
Good afternoon, Kami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward & Henderson, and we're just here to answer any questions should you have them.
Any questions for Ms. Corbett? Is there anyone in chambers who wishes to speak to this?
Move close.
Second.
Motion to close by Councilman Good, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Thank you. Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 2500 West Azeel Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification PD plan development to PD plan development business professional office, providing an effective date.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Any further discussion? Place your votes and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 55, file number REZ 22-100.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 55 is REZ 22100, being presented for second reading for 2401 West Platte Street, rezoning property from RM24 to PD residential multiple family. Site plans were dropped off earlier this week. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Barnes? Seeing none. Ms. Shaler?
Good afternoon, Council. Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive. For the record, this project was unanimously approved back on December 15th, and we made all the staff requested revisions, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thanks.
Any questions for the petitioner? Is there anyone in chambers who wishes to speak to this? Thank you very much. Motion to close?
Second.
Motion to close by Councilman Good, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
File number REZ 22-100, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2401 West Platte Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM24 residential multifamily to PD plan development residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Place your votes and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak?
I'm going to move the resolution attached to this.
We have a motion to move the resolution by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Now, going back, we have a walk-on agenda item I hope that people are still here for that. Where is it? Right here. Memorandum, resolution for the Black History Committee.
Second?
Yes, sir.
Those are alley vacating.
Those are alley vacating. It was, we needed to get Ms. Johnson Velez finished before she had to leave. I would like to do it, but. Okay. File number E 2022-48.
Second.
Do we want to hear from staff?
Hi, afternoon. This is Marcy Hamilton, Legal Department. We have a walk-on based on a motion that was passed December 15th at the evening City Council regarding use of the city seal for the Black History Committee for their ceremonies in February and also in May. I don't know if you have copies.
And this is just for the use of the city seal, is that correct?
Yes, it's for use of the city seal. And if you need copies, you
No.
should already have them.
No, we're good. Second.
I believe we had a motion made by Councilman Good, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That takes care of those walk-on agenda items. Thank you, council. Agenda item number 4, file number PS 23-79171. My apologies. Boy, I'd like to get ahead of myself on this. File number BZP 23-78936.
Good afternoon, Council. Morris Massey, Deputy City Attorney. This is a resolution that was on your agenda for January the 5th. We had to hold it over to this meeting because you needed to act upon it as the CRA first before we move the money. If you have any questions, I'm here. So,
Any questions?
Move the resolution. Self-explanatory.
We have a motion by Councilman Good, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, file number PS 23-79171, agenda item number 4.
I would move the resolution. I brought this up earlier when we discussed with the firefighters, how we're investing in 100 vehicles for the police department, and how appropriate on the day that we're discussing so many needs for the fire department. So move the resolution.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Thank you very much. Motion passes. Mr. Bede, are you with us? There you are, Mr. Bede. Thank you.
Afternoon, Chair. Afternoon, Council. Vic Bede, Director, Mobility Department, here to touch upon items 5 and 6. They're both related to the Lower Peninsula Flooding Relief Project. This is a $51 million construction project in the south of Gandy area, just north of MacDill Air Force Base. It includes stormwater infrastructure, pipes, other improvements, including limited water infrastructure improvements, a new stormwater pond on an existing ELAP property that is designed to preserve some species, create some public-facing amenities. This is a project that the community has supported and council approved construction monies for late last year. Item 5 is an amendment to the agreement between Swift Mud and the city for a co-funding of $12.5 million. And item 6 is the transaction from a financial perspective, less $35,000 towards 30% design. At this time, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Bede? We got Councilman Maniscalco.
So this is part of the $251 million stormwater capital improvement project from 2016. This is now the Lower Peninsula, and glad to see that. So I will gladly support it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Do we have the name of the contractor?
Yes, the contractor was Kimmons.
Okay,
we're good.
So we're not using the same one. Sorry, just had to ask.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilman Maniscalco.
So-
You just caught me.
Kimmons worked on the
very
part of
good.
the project where it was on West Shore and Estrella and all that. And let me just tell you, yes, there were complications because it's a major project. Excellent response time, excellent everything. So I think we're in very good hands for this. Thank you.
Let's take these motions for resolutions one at a time, and then after we get done with both, I need to make a statement, please, and thank you.
Move item number 5, resolution.
We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda, to move file number PW 23-79284. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Thank you.
Chair, is it 283?
I'm sorry?
I have a 283.
That is correct. Dyslexia taking over again. You are correct.
And move item number 6.
Second.
Which is file number PW 23-79276. Made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Vic, I would personally like to thank you for working so hard on this. I had made a pledge to Hope, which is a group of religious congregations. And they asked me to make sure that retention ponds would not just be retention ponds, that they would actually give back to the community. And Vic, with your help, this is not just going to be an unsightly retention pond. This is actually going to be a habitat for nature and look appealing and beautiful and be able to be viewed by the neighborhood. Thank you very much for this hard work. Hope, I hope you're watching.
Thank you, sir. Credit goes to the Stormwater Engineering team. They do an incredible job.
You're a great leader. Thank you very much, Mr. B-Day. Agenda item number 7, file number PW 23-79310.
I have no questions on this. There was a memo from Mr. Washington, and I'm good to go to move the resolution.
Second.
Oh, he is? Oh. If anybody has.
Mr. Washington, you there? I guess he is.
Yes, sir, I am.
Thank you very much. Anything you want to add?
No, sir. Thank you. I appreciate the time to speak to you all.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods, with Councilman Miranda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item number 8, file number CM 22-78780.
I think we did that.
No, we did that? You're right, we did.
No, this is.
We have not done
is
this.
the fee.
Yeah, this is the
sorry.
process of the safety impact fee.
Item number 9, you were referencing item number 8, which was a report from
Oh,
Chief
sorry.
Tripp.
Correct.
And item number 10 is the public safety impact fee. I delivered a memo to you all outlining the steps. Just to, I know we had a prolonged conversation about the needs of the fire department here. Public safety impact fees can only be used because they're charged on new building permits to offset the impacts of new growth. We can't use it for existing deficits, and it's for actually capital infrastructure, capital capacity building. We can use it to buy additional fire equipment or trucks if we need it, or additional EMS vehicles. There is a process that we're required to go through studies. We have to have a study to base it upon. We do have to have public workshops. It has to be adopted by ordinance. It's all spelled out in Florida statutes. And any effort to kind of shortchange the process could be problematic. There have been some impact fees that have been challenged because they tried to shortchange the process and they've been overturned. So that's just, I'm here for any questions you might have. So.
And I just want to make sure for clarification, so the viewing audience knows that we are on agenda number 9, file number CM 23-79313. Councilwoman Hurtak.
I want to say thank you for this, and I know that I know the process is long, so my goal was to find out what the process is, and thank you for detailing that. It was very clear in your memo, and I just want to get the ball rolling. So if you tell me what motion I need to make to do the first step, I'll do it right now.
I think the first step would be to ask Revenue and Finance and Purchasing to come forward at maybe in 2 weeks or 30 days to determine whether, first of all, we need to make sure we have a consultant that we have already under contract with the city that can perform the study, because that's the first step. And so we used to have Raptilis, which is a company that's capable of doing this under contract. My understanding is that contract may have terminated, but we're on the process of renewing it. So I think that would be the first step to make sure we have a consultant on board, and then they would then take it from there to do the appropriate analysis and study.
Wonderful. Then I make a motion that Revenue and Finance come in front of us on February 2nd to let us know the feasibility of getting that study started.
Second. Motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Any further discussion? Mr. Shelby.
Yes, as part of the motion, the study for, just so it's part of the motion.
For the public safety impact fee.
For the creation of a public safety impact fee.
Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
We had a meeting the other day about staff reports that could be long discussions. Could I just make a suggestion that we put this on a workshop date instead so that we could get robust public input on the beginning?
I would. Unfortunately, the next real workshop day is next week, and then for the 23rd workshop, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 items.
I just think it would be good for us to hear.
Yeah.
I don't know, we brought this up a little bit in some smaller community meetings, but it would be good to find out what larger groups of the public think about it. I don't know what developers may be for or against it, the neighborhoods may be for or against it. If we could, before we have the city spend a lot of money go down the process, it would be just nice for us collectively to hear what the public thinks about it.
Okay, well, if we want to do that, then probably the best one would be March 23rd.
It's fine. We could have a workshop to discuss the feasibility and the next steps and you could give us
Honestly,
a meeting.
though, I think it goes well with the public safety master plan conversation. I just hate to overload that workshop session, but it does dovetail perfectly with a public safety plan.
Then make your
Then I'm
motion.
gonna make my motion to do it February 23rd, and we can try to figure it out.
A motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak. Who was the second on that? Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we are back to agenda item number 10, file number CM 22-77745. Ms. Nguyen.
Yes, good afternoon, City Council. Osea Nguyen, Administrator of Neighborhood and Community Affairs. Agenda item number 10 was to provide a report on the purchase of sandbag machines, and I submitted a memo, would like to know what questions do you have?
Questions for Ms. Nguyen? Councilman Carlson, this was your motion?
Yeah, I just wanted the public to hear that we're moving forward on it. This was something that during the last couple of hurricanes, I think several of us got lots of calls on, and the bottom line is you're in the process of buying 3 of them, right? Did I
Yes,
hear that
sir.
correct? Yeah. So just so everybody knows, everybody who was frustrated standing in line, the city's now buying 3 of these, so thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
In addition, though, you did also mention in the memo that we'll be expanding the number of parks that have sandbags. Is that correct?
Yes, so what we're doing now is that we are looking at, and we looked at this during the last hurricane season, we are looking at where we could have additional locations for sandbag stand-up sites. The challenge there is to make sure we have the proper ingress and egress so that we won't have that bottleneck in the street as we experienced during previous hurricane seasons. So we're in the process of evaluating those sites that could be used for additional sandbag stations.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Nguyen, this is great news. I know that myself, Councilman Maniscalco and Councilman Vieira were out filling sandbags during the last hurricane. I'm personally filled over 200 of them. This is going to make the process go a lot quicker. There were a lot of people at each place getting sandbags for their families, keeping their houses safe. So thank you very much.
You're more than welcome, thank you.
Agenda item number 11. We are going to hear that, and then I believe that Ms. Duncan is going to then talk about 12, 13, 27, and 23, if I'm correct.
I believe
But we're here for.
I believe that's 27 and 28.
27 and 28, you're correct? but we're here first to hear agenda item number 11, file number CM 23-79470.
Brad Baird, Deputy Administrator of Infrastructure, here to talk about Southeast Seminole Heights Stormwater Improvement Project. We have been in front of you before to talk about this project, I think at least twice, and have worked on many issues and have resolved a few issues and made some improvements to the project. Today, we're here to specifically talk about the work and the progress and schedule on Caracas and Crest. And also, I'd like, we'll talk a little bit about the work on Central as well. And I have with me Jeff Nelson right behind me, who is president of Nelson Construction Company. So I'd like for him to go into those details. And I also have with me Mike Chuckran with Contract Administration in the back. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Good evening. Jeff Nelson with Nelson Construction. With respect to the work on Crest, we laid approximately 3,600 feet of sanitary sewer in preparation to install the new large storm box culvert down the center of that pipe or street. Unfortunately, when we went to install the large storm pipe, we found a substantial amount of unsuitable material under that box culvert. The removal of that box culvert resulted in some of that sanitary sewer settling and moving, so we had to go back to the active sanitary sewer line. We were able to point repair the vast majority of it, about 90% of it. The last 10%, we finally said, we're just gonna go ahead and relay that 300 or 400 feet of pipe. We are currently scheduled to pave next Friday. I believe our original schedule that we gave the city, in spite of all the unsuitable materials, the original schedule we gave back pre-construction indicated us paving that either at the end of last year or at the end of January of this year. So we're, in spite of all the hurdles we've had to overcome, we're still within the original target of what we said back before we even turned the first shovel full of dirt. There's also nice to talk about the work on Florida Avenue. Prior to construction, we met with the DOT. We got very detailed instructions on what they wanted us to build on their roadway. We went out there, we built. In the same circumstances, we encountered significant additional work, old pipes that needed to be replaced that were beyond the original scope. But I believe we finished that entire scope of work within the original time frame that we'd allotted. Unfortunately, when the DOT came out to do their final inspection, they looked at what they had asked us to build and decided that's not what they wanted. So our engineers are now working with the DOT to make some changes to the curbs and inlets and things of that nature. And until we get the answer on what they want, we're hesitant to put that last lift of asphalt down because whatever we put down will probably get messed up. So we're waiting on that resolution from the FDOT. On Caracas and Central Avenue, we ran into a little bit of a hiccup. We had some equipment get vandalized. Well, that's the most difficult run of pipe we had on the entire job. But we only had access from one side because the other side is blocked by the interstate. Very narrow right of way, very deep cut. We ended up having to lay the pipe backwards due to access issues, which is a very challenging thing to do in our industry. Unfortunately, we had some vandalism to some equipment along that way, and we think one of our lasers got vandalized also, which affected the alignment and the calibration. We got offline with some of that pipe. We've had to go back. We worked with the city. We discovered that back in September. We worked with the city to see what we can salvage. We're still in that discussion trying to figure out what we can salvage, but we have stepped back in, are relaying the pipe because the city we've been doing work for the city for 50 years. They're one of our best and most valuable clients. We want to give them what they want. So we are relaying what we need to lay. We're working with what we can salvage. Unfortunately, again, because of the tight nature of that particular right-of-way, it's going to be time-consuming. We've heard some feedback from the residents about the noise, the clanging, the work like that. So we've shipped out new trench boxes. We're going to actually bury them and leave them in place and try to do less of an intrusive installation. It may take a little bit longer, but it won't be as noisy and as clanging and as intrusive, and then restore behind us as we work our way out. Then once we get out into Central, there's about 4 joints of pipe we can't take those out until we get out of Caracas because we'll block our access. Then we'll turn down Caracas, go that 32 feet. Again, it's very difficult, narrow work. Our expectation is that we should be done with the pipe work on Caracas in mid-March, turn onto Central, start dressing and cleaning it out of there late April, early May. That's our plan. We have already started laying pipe on the other side of the interstate headed towards Nebraska, but we can only go so far because we need to use Central as a detour. So we need to get Central cleaned up, buttoned up, and get out of there. Our plan was, we were almost out of that whole area by December 31st. That was our plan, to be done and gone. And then when we came to the point that we didn't think we could salvage, we didn't want to sell the city pipe that they didn't want. And it just decided that there might be a maintenance issue down the road. We said, we're going to take this pipe up and make it right. So we're making that right. Like I said, our expectation is hopefully we can beat those. We're trying to be realistic with our durations, but we're still pushing our guys to try to beat those goals and get out of this project hopefully 6 months earlier than expected overall.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you for that update. Do have a couple of questions. So, starting with the East Caracas. And I do understand that it was out of alignment. And it is a very narrow street. The residents are really frustrated. They're over it. But their biggest concern was, how did this happen? It sounds like the laser was undone, but how do we prevent that in the future as this project continues? How do we make sure that as we're laying, everything is the way it needs to be put?
Again, we've only had this happen once in 47 years of laying pipe for the city of Tampa. It's the first time this has happened to us. We've sent all our lasers out for calibration to make sure. Like I said, we ended up with several pieces of equipment on that particular road that got very childish vandalism, but it doesn't take much to knock a laser out of calibration. So we've checked all that, sent everybody in. We're just going to make sure, again, they're routinely calibrated, and this laser was routinely calibrated just a couple months prior to us starting there. But again, it got kicked, it got knocked over, something happened to it. We don't know what happened to it. It's just, these things happen. Unfortunately, it happened on the worst run of pipe on this entire job. And we've literally laid thousands of feet of this very large pipe without an issue. It's just this 300 feet.
And who is paying for this additional work?
We've got money in our contingency for this.
Okay. And then I also wanted to go down to the FDOT. So what you're saying is that FDOT told you they wanted one thing, you put it in, and they're like, never mind, I want this instead?
We met with FDOT, had to submit to get the permit. We had to submit a set of plans to FDOT to get a permit for that work. They added some inlets, they added several items of work that we gladly incorporated because we're partners with them. And then when they came out to do their final inspection, they looked at the inlets that they told us to put in and said, oh, those inlets don't work for us. Okay, well, tell us what you want, we'll be happy to do it, but we can't wrap up Florida until they tell us what they want on their roadway.
Okay.
So our engineers are actively engaged with them.
And are they taking that cost?
That has not been decided just yet. I'm not sure where that's going to end up with the DOT roadway. I know that we've got some contingency money in our budget, but again, it would have been nice if the DOT had told us what they wanted the first time.
And hence why I'm asking, because I don't really think it's something that the city should have to pay for. If they got it wrong. You did not get it wrong. There was nothing wrong with the specs and everything. So that I would really love an update in the future on the cost. It sounds like you're on your timeline for January. I do know that you're going to be starting the other side of Central, the other side of Hillsborough, working on Central. When do you anticipate starting that?
Our goal was to be up there come March, but given the circumstances down where Caracas and that intersection, we need to focus on getting that wrapped up, paved, and out of there so we can open it to traffic before we go north of Hillsborough. So our impetus is on getting that straightened out. That's the key to the whole job, is moving that along. Like I said, we gained some time on the schedule. We're giving a little bit of it back, but I still think, knock on wood, at the end of the day, we're going to be better than we originally expected, but I don't want to say that out loud. I guess I just did.
Is there, I'm going to request a community meeting before you start that new section, maybe a month ahead of time, so folks are more prepared and aware. And I'm sorry to take this, but these are literally the questions that the residents have sent to me, so I'm trying to make sure I hit each one. I did get an email from another homeowner at the corner of Highland and Crest. I don't know if it's that particular homeowner, but they're concerned about that corner, the inlet. I believe they're concerned that it doesn't look right, and this person may have an issue with, it looks like the inlet is considerably higher than the pavement, but I know it hasn't been paved completely yet. So, and I believe it's the southwestern corner. But just take another look, double check, make sure it's the correct height, because we do have a problem in that area overall about getting water into storm drains.
I think I
So,
pointed that inlet out to my own guys a couple of weeks ago and said that didn't look right to me, and they said, no, it's all gonna come up there, so, but I'll double check with them.
okay, yeah, I'd appreciate it, because the height in the photograph I saw
does
was,
look- yeah,
yeah,
it
so
looked
if
up
you
beyond,
had
too.
the same feeling, then let's get that done before we pave. And then my last question, and this is something that the neighborhood really wants from the stakeholders in that particular part of the community, is possibly some monthly updates, because as we have this update and then we let it go, we keep coming back here. And I hate to do this, but I feel like if we have an update once a month to kind of make sure we're on the right path, again, accountability with the public and with communication, I think it would be really
I
beneficial.
believe we've got a whole new one going.
Yeah, clarification, is that monthly updates to council
Yep.
or the neighbor, to city council?
And it would be fine if you are out of the town to do, to join us by Zoom or
Do a written
whatever. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
not a problem, but
Okay.
until we get a better handle on it, that is what the community is asking for the accountability to be laid at our feet.
We got it, okay.
At
Yeah,
that
thank you. I do have one clarification to your very first question. At least some of those personnel on that crew were let go, so that it won't happen again. And one of his very best crews, if not his best crew, was put on that Caracas relay.
Thank you for letting me know that, and I
Okay.
know Councilman Maniscalco has further questions.
That's where I'm going to next. Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Hurtak really went in depth with the questions, and I have nothing further because I think you've touched on everything. We get a lot of the same communications because I represent the district. She's citywide, but she also lives near there. So she sees it daily. I'm through there at least every other day. I have a lot of friends that live there, specifically on Caracas. I've watched and monitored how that's gone. I have friends right on Central, right off Central. Crest has been, I don't have to tell you, it's been like a war zone essentially. And then talking to the businesses on Florida Avenue too that have been affected, she and I get the brunt of it, and we try to be as responsive as possible. But again, we've responded one-on-one to the constituent concerns. You have Will Stock, who's been very, very responsive, and I appreciate that. Anytime we have an issue, he always picks up the phone. But again, we get bombarded with questions, and we have to put ourselves in their shoes. You know, homeowners that are dealing with this. And I understand, one day it's going to be done, and it's going to be beautiful. But in the meantime, I want to thank Councilmember Hurtak for asking pretty much everything that I wanted to ask, and thank you for being here. Is it your father that started the company?
Well, actually, it's funny you say that, because when I came here, you guys were doing the Lowry Park Zoo presentation, and we built the Lowry Park Zoo. We also built Bayshore Boulevard. We built all the exterior part of the aquarium. We've had a partnership with the city of Tampa for 48 years now,
So who is David Nelson?
That's my father.
Okay, good.
Call me. If you guys have a question or something, just call me.
And we appreciate you showing up here in person. I think that says a lot.
We've been a
your
part of this community
integrity,
for,
so
it's a
thank
bit,
you,
we
sir.
did Marion Street right outside here. I mean, we've been in this community forever, so please, just call me. If somebody gives you
Thank
trouble on
you.
anything, he's got my cell phone number. He doesn't bother calling, he doesn't hesitate to call me, so.
Great.
Thank
Please
you
feel
very
free to get in
much.
touch with me.
So my motion's gonna be,
Councilwoman Hurtak,
Oh,
you are recognized.
thank
I still have a final statement, but please go right ahead.
I just wanted to make a motion for this to come back February 16th.
Second.
Okay, thank you. No,
Oh, sorry.
Hi there.
Hi.
When I had gone to Old Seminole Heights meeting at the church, their number one concern was the queue to Hillsborough High School. Has that been fixed? Has that been alleviated?
Well, I believe so. I've not heard any complaints about it. We've met with the citizens, we've rearranged some traffic, we've dealt some stuff. I've not heard any, in fact, everything I've heard has been, thank you. So if we've missed something, please let me know.
We haven't received any
Okay,
complaints.
this was the last time that I went to Old Seminole Heights. All right. You have a motion, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Duncan, we are going to be hearing agenda item number 12, file number CM 22-77480, together with file number CM 22-78779.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Council. Jean Duncan, Administrator for Infrastructure and Mobility. We'd like to request, if it's the pleasure of Council, to have the order of 27 and 28, which are tied together regarding the 6th pilot project grant. And then we would do number 12 and number 13, if that's okay.
Okay, that is fine. That's your request.
And I'm going to ask Director Chuck Weber to come and speak about items 27 and 28.
So we're going to Public Works consent agenda items number 27, file number PW 23-78765, and file number, agenda item number 28, file number PW 23-78769.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. Chuck Weber, Water Department Director. These items relate to a suspended ion exchange pilot that was originally conceived of, and we began work under the PURE project. The work for this was approved in last February by Council. Since that time, as you know, we've had some changes in how we're approaching PURE. But also the state appropriated $1 million grant to do this pilot. And I wanted to point out some important aspects of this pilot. It goes beyond whether or not we ever decide to do a reuse project. This pilot is going to look at the effectiveness of removing nitrogen and phosphorus, as well as chemicals like PFAS and PFOA from the Howard F. Kern effluent. And that's relevant to reducing nutrient loading into the bay as well as water reuse. So there is a huge benefit in garnering this information. We have support from neighboring utilities who are also using this technology. Tampa Bay Water included a letter that was in the agenda packet supporting this. So there is a lot of benefit to moving forward with this pilot to get that information. The time frame is relatively short. It's a 6-month pilot, and we could have this valuable information within the August-September time frame. So there's a lot of information to be gained, a lot of benefit, and zero cost to the city. We're expecting the pilot to come in around $750,000, and the grant is for $1 million. And with that, I'd like to introduce Vinnie Hart, who is the Executive Vice President of Corollo Engineering, and he has been working on the 6 process with us at the Tippin plant. And I just wanted to give you the opportunity to speak to the expert on suspended ion exchange here in the United States, in case you had any questions.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I have just a couple of questions first for you, because I want it very clear and reiterated to the public that this is a grant, this is not city money, so we're not putting any more money into PURE that is ours.
That's correct.
We're taking a grant and to see if we can get, or how well we can get PFAS, PFOA, nitrogens, and other elements out of the wastewater that we are currently putting into the bay.
That is correct.
Now, someone mentioned earlier that we don't know that, one of the stakeholders mentioned that we currently, in the information that was given to them, that we still don't have the data about what is actually in that wastewater. Is that true? Has that information been shared?
That is incorrect. The information has been shared. It was shared almost 2 years ago with Nancy Stevens with the Sierra Club. She responded in email after she received the information. They have it. They have additional questions about that information. That information stemmed from studies that were done under the TAP project. But we did analyze over 100 different compounds, including chemicals that aren't regulated, pharmaceuticals, PFAS and PFOA, and we ran thousands of samples against those hundreds of different contaminants. That information was also vetted over a year ago by the National Resource Institute when we engaged them at the request of council and the stakeholders to review the scientific information behind those samples. So that information has been out there for quite some time and thoroughly vetted.
So it sounds like that data is 2 years old?
It would be older than that. It would be
Okay.
3 to 4 years old.
So then my question is going to be, if we're starting this grant to see this water quality treatment, won't we need to have a baseline number of everything that's currently there before we can say we're taking, because we're not gonna have anything to measure. So I'm asking, my question is the first part of this grant going to be doing that baseline testing?
It will do both. It'll measure the chemicals that are in the effluent, and then it will go through this process, and then we'll measure what's left over. So it will directly answer the question, what's in there to begin with, how much is removed, what's left in the final effluent after the process. And that's been one of the questions of the stakeholders from some time. This will help answer that.
Okay, and then I have a question, I'm sorry, just one more question for the gentleman who does this process. How quickly or how long does it take for, I don't know how you do this, by the gallon, I can't be by the gallon, that would take forever, but by the, thousands of gallons, however you do this, how long does it take the water to go from point A to point B to being cleaned?
Through the process is fairly fast. It's about a 20-minute contact time with the ion exchange resin, and then it settles in a few minutes. Now, when we make changes to the process, it takes about 30, we call it bed volumes, and that's the number of times we regenerate the resin before it gets back to steady state. So once we make a change, it might take 2 days before we're confident in those results.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Carlson, I saw your hand.
Yeah, and it's just a statement, not a question. It's interesting that we changed the order so that we didn't go through number 13. Number 13, we'll get to that one in a minute, but it clearly shows that this administration wants toilet tap, pure tap, whatever we call it. They want it at all costs. And this is part of death by 1,000 paper cuts. Just approve this. It's only $1 million. It's not our money. We got it from somewhere else. The bottom line is that, and then, in the prior conversations said, oh, look, Singapore does this and Israel does it, but in the exact configuration that has been proposed by this engineering firm, it is an experimental system. We paid for R&D. This is paying for R&D. Sierra Club and others, hopefully you all are talking to water engineers that are in the city, but 9 out of 10 cities in the world use reverse osmosis. I think it was not these consultants, others said not reverse osmosis. The bottom line is that this is the first step in pushing us to a path to eventually approve a project the public doesn't want, that we don't need, and we're going to be the guinea pigs in experimenting with something different. I am going to vote against this. I hope my colleagues will. There's no reason to vote for it. The public will see it as a vote in favor of Pure, even though Pure supposedly doesn't exist, because they'll come back with a new name. I am not, because I don't trust the engineering firms that have been involved in this before, in particular the information that's been given by Carollo. I'm not voting for any contracts that are presented that has Carollo or PCL connected to this project again. Thank you.
Mr. Weber.
I just like to reiterate, this started out as something under Pure, but it has value well beyond that. And that value is looking at nutrient reduction to the bay. It's also looking at PFAS and PFOA removal, which are important things we need to look at. And I'd just like to say something about RO. RO is definitely a technology we need to continue to look at. But it is not the only technology out there. It's not the most environmental friendly technology. An example would be that the waste stream from RO is, what is it? It's 20.
I didn't really ask a question. I can sit here and have an argument about RO if you like.
Councilman Carlson, are you finished with your statement?
I just like to give Mr. Hart just a chance to speak to the credibility of Carollo. I think that's an inaccurate and inappropriate statement to say that they can't be trusted.
Whether it's at the direction of the administration or their own ideas, they've been pushing ideas that this public doesn't want, and they've been pushing methods without it's one thing if you want to push a certain technology, but I'm not advocating for reverse osmosis even. I'm not advocating for any. I just want an objective evaluation. I've been here 3.5 years, and we don't have an objective evaluation. The current excuse is, well, you didn't give us the money. We gave money twice, but we didn't get it. Somehow we need to get an objective analysis of this so that the public can look at it. I just wanted to make a statement. I'm happy if you guys want to vote for it, you can. If they speak, I'd like to rebut it because
we all have one vote. We all have one vote. And I think this might be more of a concern of you having a town hall meeting. We're here to vote on this, up or down, one way or the other. You've made your statement, Councilman Carson.
I don't need a town hall meeting on it. We have meetings here.
You've made your statement. I have a question, and you touched on it. Reverse osmosis as a byproduct. This treatment that you're presenting to us, what is the offset on the byproduct? Reverse osmosis, let's just hypothetically say reverse osmosis produces 10%. What would yours present?
1%. 10 times
So
less.
we're reducing a byproduct
Correct.
that by the old pure plan, if I'm not mistaken, was supposed to be deep well injected. I'm against the deep well injection. This 1% byproduct that your plan is proposing, can that be dealt with in a way where it can be reduced on its own?
There are a number of different ways to address that byproduct. The fact that it's 10 times less makes it that much easier.
And I get that, but if you can look at me and say that, yes, in the future, we're working on something that may even take that 1% and make that disappear, just by the 10% reduction, I'm gonna vote for this. It is a grant money, it's not coming out of our general fund. But if you could even say we're gonna also work on that 1%, where that will go away also.
When we looked at the original pilot for MIAX, which was a slightly different technology at the plant, we looked at the idea of taking that brine concentrate and giving it to companies that specialize in organics and fertilizer making. That would be a path that we could go down with this minimal brine stream. Very similar.
Thank you for your answers. Councilwoman Hurtak.
I'm approving this because I also sit on the Tampa Bay Estuary Board, and right now, we're hearing that there's too much nitrogen going into the bay. So my interest is not in deep well injection, because that's not gonna happen, if I have anything to say about it. But this, treating our wastewater that is currently going into the bay, so it does have less nutrients and then less plastics, is something that I'm in favor of regardless, because it's something, I'm hoping that we reduce it enough that the state will allow us to continue to do so, because it is beneficial to the bay. So my goal with this is simply to see if we can reduce the nutrients so that the bay receives fewer nutrients. That is my biggest concern. Our seaweed, seagrasses are dying at a alarming rate, and unless we do something about it, it's going to get much, much worse. And this manatee season has not been better than last manatee season. So I am looking for any way to reduce the nutrients in going into the bay.
Any other comments or questions? I agree with you, Councilwoman Hurtak, but we also, I'm sorry, we're going to say something else.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I thought you were just going to ask me.
But this is just the tip of the iceberg. Our stormwater runoff creates a heck of a lot more problems, and I'd like to be able to find some way to clean that water before it goes back out to the bay. And I also would like to think about having a program by the city of Tampa for seagrass maintenance, where we can go within our own waters and have great companies out there that plant seagrasses. Councilman Miranda, did I see you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you very much. I've heard of your company's name. I've never met you before, I don't believe. I know you have businesses throughout, and I believe you also represent Tampa Bay Water on and off to you.
We do.
I've seen your name on those agendas, that's why I'm saying that. I can say this, even with all the, how many advanced tertiary treatment plants are in this area?
Advanced tertiary?
Advanced.
I'm more of a drinking water guy than a wastewater
Yeah,
guy.
I'm gonna ask Chuck that. How many advanced tertiary treatment plants do we have in this area?
There are a few between city and the Hillsborough County.
And one of the largest is where?
Ours.
And even doing that and pumping that water for years, we have brought some of the areas back to normality with changes on a daily basis. You're still dumping 370 tons or something like that into the bay?
360.
Even with an advanced tertiary treatment plant. Can you imagine those that are dumping without an advanced tertiary treatment plant? That's the problem we have. When something, others may be here doing the right thing and others on this side are not, guess what? You're still not doing anything because you're not gaining. You're status quo. And these are the things that you have to look at. So I appreciate the efforts that you're doing for what you're doing. And it's incumbent among us to clear the air. We're killing ourselves. Look at California, what's happening there now. Look at the hurricanes. They're getting stronger and they're getting bolder because we're getting 2 degrees hotter in Tampa this past year than the previous year. What a nice place. It's a whole country. It's the whole world. We have to do something to solve our problems. And this is maybe a start in a small area. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak? We will move these resolutions one at a time.
Okay, I move item 27.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilwoman Hurtak for agenda item number 27, file number PW 23-78765, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Councilwoman, would you like to? Then let's take a roll call vote. Let's take a roll call vote.
Miranda?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Goods?
Yes. Oh, sorry, no.
Carlson, no. Goods?
Yes.
Viera?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
No.
Citro?
Yes.
Motion passed with Carlson and Maniscalco voting no.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak.
I move item number 28, PW 23-78769.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Any further discussion? Councilman Carlson?
Yeah, just one last comment. As it says here, this started as a project under PURE. It was not presented to us as a project for cleaning anything else. It was a part of the PURE project, and so it deserves to be voted down. Thank you.
Roll call vote.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Carlson? I'm sorry?
No.
Goods?
Yeah.
Viera?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
No.
Miranda?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Motion passed with Carlson and Maniscalco voting no.
Thank you. Ms. Duncan, I apologize. Councilman Vieira,
Yes, sir.
you have a statement you'd like to make.
I appreciate it. If I may, Ms. Duncan, I appreciate it. I didn't anticipate us going this late. And today is my interim aide's, Matt Sandlin's last day. Matt, if you could go up there in your awesome green suit. We love Matt. Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, we will. Yeah, and I just wanted to say you're such a good dude, Matt. I like you a lot, man. You're from Texas, and you got that great Texas thing going on, man. You really, really do, and you're a hard worker. And I've just really appreciated your work for the city of Tampa. I think you're a good guy. You've got good values. You're a hard worker, and you've just really impressed the heck out of me. So and we'll miss you. And I wish that we could have two aides and whatnot. But you just do a good job, and you're a good guy.
Wanted some budget increases.
I know. I was thinking about that. I was like, don't go there. I know, right? That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. But that you do just a good job, and you're a heck of a hard worker, and you really get along with everybody here. You know, you really, really do. So how old are you? 23?
24.
24, man, you're a kid. God bless you. That's great. But I just wanted to come out here, if other council members want to speak with the chair's consent, of course, and we can take a picture afterwards. But you're a good guy, and I know that we're going to stay friends and all that good stuff. But I appreciate you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yes, sir.
Any comments or questions by council members? Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know it's been a crazy time to work here, but thank you for stepping in. You had big shoes to fill, and you did a great job. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank
Anybody else? Councilman Miranda.
Sometimes I come in early in the morning and he's there and we just say hi, good morning, goodbye. What part of Texas are you from?
East Texas, hour and a half east of Dallas, very small town. 6,000 people are in it, so.
Yeah, I spent a week there.
Tampa's different, so.
It's south of Plano?
East, way east.
Even we.
Like, in between Shreveport and Dallas.
Oh, I see. Texarkana.
Oh, no. It's called Tyler.
Okay, Tyler.
Famous for
Tyler,
Earl
we know
Campbell.
what Tyler's
Yeah,
at.
Earl Campbell. Yeah, we've had him. And then Pat Mahomes is from White House, right around there. So that part of Texas, really, really backwoods.
All right, well.
And if I may to maybe take a picture, and Matt, it's funny with him, Texas, when I interviewed him, I heard he was from Texas, and I go, "Are you a LBJ fan?" He goes, "I love LBJ." So we bonded over that and many things, and just a good dude. But come on up and get a picture.
And I was going to say.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Joe. Go ahead, sir.
I was going to say, come on up, Matt. Come on up. It's been a pleasure working with you, and yes, I've seen you early and late, and you jumped right into the fire, brother.
Fire it is. Now you're cool.
Louis, you want to get over here? I'll get over
It's
here.
all good. I'll get over here. You sure? Yeah, anything next to the guy in the green suit?
No, you're good. You're good. All right. Just a little bit. Thank you, sir. All right.
My tie straight? I always take a picture of my tie straight.
Oh, yeah, no, you're good.
Okay. As we get this. Ms. Duncan, we thank you very much for that recognition of somebody who has come in and work. We are going to be seeing Brandon next Monday, I believe. Welcome her back.
Yes, sir. So Jean Duncan, Administrator for Infrastructure and Mobility. I just wanted to make a quick comment about my order request. I actually made that order request on my own just a few minutes ago in consideration of Mr. Vinnie Hart. He's Executive VP of his company. He's been here since 9 o'clock this morning. And I didn't know if he'd have the time to stick through item number 12. So I just thought, let's do the other two first, in case he has to leave. The reason I made number 13 last is because our government liaisons provided a written memo on that item, and they are not available today. So I just figured we'll do 27 and 28, 12. It was just a complete engineering mind, logical decision. That was it. So I just wanted to offer that explanation.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, Gene, Ms. Duncan, I'm sorry if it came across as that I was implying that you did something wrong in reordering it. It is, I think the conversation on those items would have been different had we discussed that other one first. And that, I think that document didn't come from your department. There were a lot of concerns I have about that document. But because of the order, I think the conversation would have been different. So I wasn't implying that you did anything wrong.
And if you'd like me just to, again, speak about 13 briefly, our folks are not here today physically, that they did provide the memo. I just want to add that from a technical perspective, we're still interested in working with our stakeholders and through the workshop next month to see how any of that motion weaves into our conversation. So from a technical perspective, we're still open to exploring what the motion requested, but being that it was directed to the legal and the lobbying part of the shop, right now we can just offer the written memo for today.
Can I just comment on
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, and if we're going to talk about this now, I'll just comment on it. My question really was to find out if the administration was open. It's not a question about the water department. Was the administration open to using the lobbying resources of the city and the legal resources of the city? If this was a private company I was running, I would sue the state, and I would hire a team of lobbyists, because I would never allow the citizens of the community to be put at risk of having their water rate increased and have to drink this, and for us to go all through. I mean, we should be spending this time talking about climate change and flooding instead of all these resources working on this. And that's not your decision, but it's just frustrating to me that we spend so much time working on something that the public absolutely doesn't want, and the only legitimate excuse for it anymore is that the state's forcing us to do it. And there's some questions about whether the city resources were used to lobby for it or not. That answer to that question, by the way, was in this administration, not the last administration. I know from several different sources that lobbyists in the last administration were in Tallahassee and did lobby for it, because lobbyists I know walked out of the meetings just after their lobbyists did. So the fact is, if we were looking out for the interests of our citizens, we would lobby the city, and we would we would lobby the state, and we would likely sue the state to stop this mandate, or we would try to get them to modify the law. It's not that difficult to get a law modified. My question was more to find out if the administration was open to it. What they've said is absolutely not. They gave several pages of reasons why. They're just, they're shallow excuses. If you want to protect the citizens of this community, you would do it, but they don't want to do it. And so the answer clearly is they want this project no matter what. Not you guys, but the mayor's people want this project. It is, I think, reckless and irresponsible. I'm going to get lobbyists myself. I'm going to work with agencies that have lobbyists. I might even hire attorneys to stop this, because I will do everything I can to protect the citizens of this city. Clearly in the charter, the city council has no authority to tell the legal department what to do, and we have no authority. We can't tell the legal department to file a lawsuit, and we cannot force the lobbyists in the city to do anything. But I can do it outside as an individual, because I think this is absurd, the way this has been handled for the last 6 or 7 years.
And if I may, Andrea Zellman, city attorney, I didn't catch the fact that you were asking whether the city could sue the state over.
No, I wasn't. I was just
bill.
asking whether I was asking whether the administration was open to suing the state or using lobbying resources to try to change the law. I think I worked on a bunch of advocacy cases in Tallahassee for 30 years. I know it's absolutely possible. It doesn't matter. All the reasons they gave were thin excuses. Oh, it was unanimous. There's new leadership that comes in all the time. You can always modify something. Republican leadership, I've had many people talk to the Republican leadership, and they've said, no, this is not a multi-billion-dollar mandate for the citizens of Tampa. So knowing that, they will change it. I'm part of the largest business organization in Tallahassee. They're appalled when they hear about this, that the citizens and business of this community are going to be straddled with this and have to maybe drink it. The bottom line is we need to stop this. If the mayor and her administration are not willing to stop it, we're going to have to stop it on our own. City council by charter cannot force the legal department or the lobbyists to do anything, correct? And so we're stuck.
But that's what I wanted to address. You certainly have the right to make a motion to ask us to explore a legal basis to sue the state. If you have a thought in mind as to, I just, looking at this right now, I'm trying to figure out on what basis we would sue the state over this law that passed a couple of years ago. But a lot of times you'll say to me, you've talked about this with other lawyers. If you've gotten an opinion from another lawyer, I'm glad to review it. If you have ideas of a legal basis for suing the state,
I'll follow up with you privately about the other counsel I've gotten, and we can discuss it before I make a motion.
Okay.
But I can just tell my colleagues, some of them are for this and some of them are against it. I cannot imagine that we would not do everything. Why would the city not do everything we can not to straddle the taxpayers with this and to make them drink it? We just have to use every resource to stop it. And the fact that we, at the very least, let it go without doing anything, but at least in the last administration pushed for it, I think is appalling. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I don't disagree, and Andrew, I'm sorry, Ms. Sullivan, don't go too far. But that to me was the reason I voted for the 6, because what they told us was they weren't going to allow us to use that, our outflow to help the bay because it has too much nutrients in it. And so I'm hoping that this will help that so that we can go to the state and say, hey, we're actually really putting out beneficial use water to the bay so that we don't have to change anything we're doing. So if we had some data like that to go forward to sue the state with, is that something the city would be more apt to look at?
You know, again, and let me just speak very generally. Anytime you know, the city council, the mayor, a department head, or whatever says to me, can we sue over this? It's without knowing more, I don't know the answer. What we would have to do in any case, whoever was asking us, can we file suit, is understand what it is we're challenging, what the basis of our claim would be, you know, whether we have standing. There's lots of things that go into it, the likelihood of success, all that. So offhand, nothing is coming to mind as to a basis for which we could sue the state over this. But I don't want to foreclose that. If someone has done some research or has some ideas, I'm happy to discuss them, look at it, analyze it. We're not saying no out of hand. I just right now don't know what the basis would be of such a lawsuit.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, on item number 13, Senate Bill 64, I believe that was a senator that did that from very close proximity to Hillsborough County. That senator is now Commissioner of Agriculture. And I believe this thing was passed unanimously, if not close to unanimously, in the legislature. Am I correct?
Correct. Two or 3 years ago. What year was it?
So since I'm single and I'm bored at times, I turn on the TV, but not to watch local stations. I watch things like the St. John River, like Swift Mud, but they have one in St. John's River, whatever, and once in Miami. And I watch them sometimes when I'm going to Tampa Bay Water with Mr. Chuck Weber and Brad Baird. I mentioned it to them, what I saw and what I heard, and they look at me like, you ain't got nothing else to do. And I said, no, I just don't have cable. But when I watch these things, I see the conversation that they're having, and basically it's the same as here, but in another framework. And I remember what discussion was, how can we change this? And one member said, well, maybe we can go get an extension from the year 2030, whatever it's supposed to be in place. And that's the last I've heard of it from St. John's River. But I'm not talking for St. John's River. By the way, that's the only body of water in Florida that flows backwards. So these are the things that I look at once in a while when I'm really bored. Not that I'm bored of watching it. I'm bored at my house. I turn it on to learn something or try to learn something. But they were not 100% incorrect. They did it for a reason. And that reason possibly is to clean up something. But in doing that, it had some harmful side effects. So these are the things that I think can be worked out with the legislature without a lawsuit. I'm not saying you can't lawsuit. You can't sue either. But you can work them out, I believe, with the legislatures.
Councilman Goods.
I'm just curious, but I have to ask. We know that the administration wants this program, but there are council members who have doubts, and the community have doubts about this program. Mr. Carlson said he, has sources of resources that believe that it is viable to possibly sue down the road to change the position. Now, the problem I'm just wondering in my mind, if the administration wants this and the council finds basis to possibly sue or don't want this program, I'm just curious, how does the city attorney office position itself?
Well, I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. I think first I have to understand on what basis would we be suing? What is our claim? One of the concepts of the legal world that's hard to explain to people is just because you don't like something or something feels wrong, there isn't always a legal basis to sue someone. So first I have to understand what it is we would be asserting, what would be our claim over this legislation that was enacted in previous years. You know, if the mayor asks me, if you ask me, if anyone asks, I'm happy to research that, I'm happy to analyze, I'm happy to determine whether it makes sense. And if that were to happen, then I would discuss it with both the council and the administration. So I don't know that helps answer your question, but.
Well, and you let's take the suit out. Let's just say the basis of was asked about lobbying to see if you can get some modifications done. But this council wants that, but the administration does that. My thing is now, what would be the position, a possible position of the legal department to say, well, council, who is the legislative body of this city, is saying that they have a position.
Well, I think the way I read the memo was they weren't saying we don't want to lobby. They were saying that before spending city resources to lobby, we have to analyze what the likelihood for success would be. And the way I read the memo, they felt there was a very poor likelihood of success of the lobbying effort that was asked for. With that being said, council still has the ability to do things. You know, you have the ability to pass a resolution, send that to Tallahassee, to the legislators in Tallahassee. You have the ability to write letters on, you could pass a resolution to have a letter written on behalf of the council by the chair. You could each individually lobby or write to the legislature. I mean, you do have powers in that regard. It's just, the memo was addressing the question of whether the city, it made sense for the city to use its lobbying resources on that issue.
Councilman Cross.
Yeah, just to follow up on a couple things. I've had extensive conversations with the people in Northeast Florida. I've spoken to some of the engineers and others, and every situation is a little bit different. And our situation, our considerations are different here, and they have reasons why they're trying to comply with the law. We have reasons why we shouldn't comply with the law, and I think we need to move forward with that. I've not spoken directly to Wilton Simpson, but I've had several high-level people who know him well speak to him. You have? Everyone that I've spoken to has spoken on my behalf to him, says that this is absolutely not a mandate. The city of Tampa should not have to stick the ratepayers with a huge cost. I've spoken to legislative aides of the people who were on the committee, and they say that the intent of the legislation was not to do this. It's weird that the excuse given by an email to DEP, to my knowledge, we didn't get an official order from DEP. We didn't get an official document from a group of people who voted on it. We got an email from someone who said, oh, you don't meet the minimum flows. And my question was, what about the cities without rivers? I mean, the whole thing is very suspect. And we know that the public doesn't want this. And if the mayor wants to hang her political hat on it, great. I don't know why, but we're in a position we have to protect the health, safety, well-being, costs of our community, and we need to do everything we can to stop it. If you come up with a legal reason to stop it, let me know. I absolutely know that lobbying can work. I got a whole team of people that I can pay for to put on it. I was hoping the city would do it. If I figure out how to stop it, then I'll come back and ask, why didn't the city do what I did with a lot less resources? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, question?
Councilman Goods.
Mr. Shelby, maybe you can chime in. I'm confused. We're your legislative body, so why couldn't we pass a motion to have our governmental lobbyists go lobby? I'm confused. If the mayor wanted to veto, I'm confused here. Explain that to me.
Yes, okay, thank you. That's a good question, Councilman Goods.
We can't do. I don't understand that.
Well, let's talk about, because I remember this came up, I believe it was, forgive me, I believe this came up under the Iorio administration, there was a specific question directed to the city attorney, as I recall, it was David Smith at the time, who speaks for the city? And I believe that might actually be somewhere in the city attorney's office, that opinion. But effectively, it is the mayor as the administrative head of the city, and particularly within the charter, just as a basis for what we're going to be talking about. Number 8, under section 401, the mayor, it's the cognizance of the relation of the city to the county, state, federal, and other municipal governments. And I looked up the legal definition of cognizance, and it means jurisdiction. So that's really the mayor's purview to speak for the city, and that's what the gist of the memo said. So yes, you can speak for the city council, but then that does not speak for the city. You could certainly lobby on behalf of your own position as a city council member. Now, getting back to what you can do, remember a resolution is a statement of a policy position of the city council. The mayor does not necessarily. There are some resolutions that the mayor does sign, but generally no. And that is as opposed to an ordinance, which is a law, and that is the kind of thing that goes to the mayor's signature, goes to the mayor for her signature, or not if she agrees to decides to veto it or allow it to become law without her signature. So the question is, from a policy perspective, what is it ultimately that this city council representing your constituents wants to accomplish? And once you do that and you come to a consensus, the question then to be posed to the legal department or to be posed to me or to be posed to the administration is, how do you or we work to accomplish what it is that city council wants to do? Now clearly, the majority, if not most, if not all, of the kind of mail that I see coming to city council does not necessarily express support for this program. And frankly, the question is, what can council do specifically if it's council's pleasure? And I have not heard that expressly made. Actually, I have. Let me just say that. I just, to be clear, there was votes with regard to this, but yet it keeps coming back. And I guess the question that you are asking then is, what can council do specifically
To stop it from coming back. If the community is saying that, and we've already told them to stop, change the name, how do we put a stop to this? Let's get it out here. Let's quit playing games with it. That's why I hate sometimes we go round and round and round, and Mr. Miranda's over here doing that. And let's get to it, Let's just get to it. How do we, if we don't want it done in this city, regardless the mayor speaks for the city, this council speaks for its constituents in each district. And if the people don't want it, how are we going to stop it and just move on? So we need you to find that out, because this is ridiculous.
That's a fair, well, the thing is that council clearly has to express that if that's council's decision, and then working with the administration, because actually, ultimately, there are multiple ways you can control something, a law that would prevent it perhaps, or perhaps budgetary restraints on it, but the thing is...
Mr. Shelby?
Yes, sir.
With all due respect.
Yes, sir.
I don't need all the fluff.
You just want to know what to do?
I don't need all the fluff. I need you to either research that and get back with individual council members to tell them if they're in support, if they're not. These are things you can do, you can't do, and then you bring that to this body and we move on. Either put it to bed or we move on, let them get their water, or we stop it. But just, I don't have to be going around and around. I don't
want to go. I get what you're saying, sir. So that if that's absolutely the sentiment of council and you want to communicate that, the first way to attempt to do it, to get the administration to take notice of it, is to put together a resolution and to make that the official statement of policy of this particular council. And if you want it to be an official position of this particular council, and you want it to have the effect of law, then the way to do that is to somehow, working with the administration preferably, translate that into an ordinance, because there's been a lot.
Give an end.
I will. There's been a lot of discussion that does keep coming back, and it comes back in different forms, and it comes back in different projects within the consent agenda. And what this council wants is finality, is what I hear.
Yeah.
Let's bring this back to the agenda item that we're at. I'll make one last statement. I am on the board of the Florida League of Cities. We, cities in Florida that belong to the Florida League of Cities, has been trying to fight Senate Bill 64 now for 2 years. We can fight a legal battle. I love to scrap. I'll fight anybody. But the historian, Councilman Vieira, who was the famous Chinese person that said, never enter to a fight you can't win?
The loser.
I'll get into a fight. Florida League of Cities has found out there is no city our size that has tried to fight Senate Bill 64. To get that, you have to have representatives go and fight to change this legislation. I'll fight it. I want to fight it, but I'd rather have force in numbers. In my opinion, the only way that we can fight this is by showing the state that we've cleaned our water that we're putting back into the bay. If we can't prove that, we're going to have one hell of a tough fight. The sirens I heard going by tonight and the discussions we've had on the budget for the fire department, what Stephanie Pointer says? Sorry, not sorry. I'd rather spend the $2 or $3 million it would take to fight this without the clean water that we're reintroducing into the bay. I'd rather take those money and spend it on the fire department. I've made my statement. We have 2 agenda items in front of us, number 12 and number 13. What is the pleasure of council? These are reports. Are we accepting these reports as given and moving on? Thank you very much. Agenda item. Councilwoman Hurtak.
We didn't present the overview for the 17 questions, correct?
Let's hear it then.
Jean Duncan, Administrator for Infrastructure and Mobility. That is correct. We did not provide anything verbally here today on item number 12, which is we were planning to give you a short summary of the 17 questions that we received. We'd be happy to do a deeper dive on that at the February workshop, if that's the pleasure of council. If I could just make one clarifying comment that the administration isn't pushing any particular project. The administration is supporting the technical opinion that we have problems we need to solve in terms of Sulphur Springs and in terms of having a sustainable water source to meet our 82 MGD obligation. There is no active pure project, so in case that's out there in the public that that's a concern, the only activity is now, thankfully, to your vote today, pursuing a way to improve this safety and quality of our wastewater through the 6th pilot. So if you'd like to hear a little bit more about the 12 questions, we have a few slides we can share, and Director Chuck Weber can bring those up.
I wanted to see this just because I was told it was going to include some information about how the stakeholders felt about the meeting you had with them last week, but I do know, I'm not going to ask any specific questions because I do know we're going to get into this on the 23rd of February.
So Director Weber can give you a short summary of that meeting, which was this past Tuesday, and then a short summary of the 17 questions, if that's what you'd like to hear.
Chuck Weber, Water Department Director. I didn't really prepare any slides about the meeting we had on Tuesday. I felt like it was a very good meeting. What I liked most about it was we had open conversation. It was a civil conversation. It was my impression that all the issues surrounding the water resource challenges we have with Sulphur Springs, making our water supply more resilient and complying with state law, Senate Bill 64, all those issues that we've been hearing in the past came to the surface. They were discussed, and I think all the perspectives were heard based on my recollection of what I've heard in the past. So I felt like it was a very good discussion, and I think it'll help us in February. We'll have a report come from the moderator of that workshop. I think there'll be a transcript of the workshop available, and we should be able to take a deeper dive into those issues in February. Now, it wasn't the intent really to go through every issue like we did. We were going to focus on best and worst case of what we were calling status quo. And we did discuss that part in detail as well. And we discussed the challenges with purchasing more water from Tampa Bay Water. It's not that that can't be done, and that's something we definitely need to continue to discuss. That could definitely be part of our plan moving forward. And but there are challenges associated with that. We've talked about the challenges and other ways in which we could reduce or eliminate the discharge to comply with Senate Bill 64. Mr. Sid Flannery was there, and he described some good ideas, I think, that merit conversation and discussion at our February 23rd workshop. Warren Hogg with Tampa Bay Water was there, and he reaffirmed, I just want to make sure that I get his point clear. He says Tampa Bay Water stands ready to serve, but he also indicated that, if they need to supply us water under 82, that can be a challenge in a drought situation, and that we do stand last in line. If we wanted to change the interlocal agreement, we can't really do that at Tampa Bay Water because they're not a party to the interlocal agreement. We'd have to go to member governments, and each and every member government would have to approve it unanimously. So we had some discussions about that, and it's not to say that that can't be done, but we had a good discussion about what it would entail. So I don't want to use a lot of time. I think we could have a good discussion on February 23rd, and I can move on and talk about the 17 questions if that's good. Enough overview?
Councilwoman Hurtak, this is your motion.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if we still have the presentation available to public.
It's in front of us. That's why I asked about
Okay.
it.
So, just to reiterate, that we have nowhere near the time to go through each and every question. So, I just wanted, as I go through it, maybe correct some of the other things that were said earlier today that I feel are a little inaccurate. I can understand the emotion and the concern behind these questions. They're good questions. They're questions we ask ourselves as we get into this project. So I have empathy for the questions and the need to have a response to the questions that say, yeah, okay, I get it. And this feels good too. So we did our best to group the questions into similar areas of concern so that we could take a holistic approach and not just, give a 1 or 2 word answer to a question, but really address the concerns behind the questions. So that's why we grouped them. But, so that part that I heard earlier was true. We did group them, but we did in writing answer each and every question. So each question, although they're grouped under areas of concern, each question has its own separate answer. So that was I think maybe a misunderstanding earlier when it was stated that we didn't answer the questions individually. We did. So with that, I would just jump into this overview. I think we got 5 slides after this one. See if I can grab the next slide here. So the groupings were the need for the project. That's something we should be able to answer, and we can answer right now. Why do we need this, not really a project, but why do we need to address these resource challenges we have? So that part we provided considerable information on. We think we've answered those questions thoroughly. The questions on costs, those are difficult questions to answer, along with the other 2, water quality treatment and environmental impacts, because we need to do a lot more engineering work before we can really satisfy the concern behind the question. So just talking to need, it really boils down to these are the 3 water resource challenges: meeting minimum flows, and supplying the 82 million gallons a day of drinking water under all conditions, and complying with the state law. The cost, really, why we can't give a firm cost right now is I tried to lay out this process that we need to follow to get there. And right now, we're at that first sub-bullet. We need to fund public engagement and do the public engagement and look at alternatives and screen through the alternatives. Then we need to select an alternative. The pricing that we have so far, or the costs we have so far, are screening level costs. They're not really going to be the final cost of the projects, but they're used to help screen out projects to figure out which ones are worth pursuing more. Then you do you do the detailed engineering to figure out what the costs are going to be. But at the same time, once you know what you're going to build, if you're going to build something, then you go out and you pursue grants and cost sharing. Because some of our options for addressing these challenges include partners like Tampa Bay Water, who may purchase reclaimed water from us, and that has a revenue stream and not a cost. So you can't really get to figuring out the bottom line is how much is this going to cost the city and how's it going to impact our bill until you go through all those steps. And we're just at the very beginning. The screening costs we have right now are range from just under $1 to just over $15 per 1,000 gallons. That's a huge range. And really, the upper end of that right now is the way that we've looked at the purple pipe system in the past. There may be ways to use that approach differently and reduce the costs and still achieve what we need to achieve with regards to the water resource challenges. But the last point I wanted to make on costs is the impact to the bill. I think we've got a long history of making sure we're providing really good quality water at a fair price. This chart, I apologize, it's a little hard to read, but it shows that our water bill is roughly half of what's in the region now. And I believe this chart is accurate as of October 2021. And there have been a lot of rate increases at the other utilities, and in talking to the staff at other utilities, there's need to continue to increase their rates as well. And it's to deal with similar challenges and rising costs on projects due to inflation. So the bottom line that I want to make at this point is we're not going to propose any solution to these projects that send our bill out, the impact on the bill. We're not going to ask for a solution that's not affordable. That's not what we're talking about here. We fully intend to keep our rates at a reasonable rate like you see here. I just want to speak real quick to water quality, treatment, and safety. Safe water is achievable and affordable, and we've been demonstrating this for decades. There are existing wastewater discharges upstream of our water supply right now. Plant City discharges into the Hillsborough River above where we take the water out and where Tampa Bay Water takes the water out in the bypass canal. Hillsborough County discharges wastewater upstream of the Tampa Bay Water intake on the Alafaya River. So these concepts and the treatment processes used to address these types of challenges, they're not new, and we've been successful at it for decades. And the other thing I wanted to point out is that our goal is not just to meet regulations. We've got a philosophy of exceeding regulatory requirements. I always like to point to our example of being a founding member of the Partnership for Safe Water, where we submit data on an annual basis to show that we're continually improving. The other thing I wanted to point out is that we are active in an industry of experts on these topics, and that there is a very high level of regulatory oversight on these processes. And I want to give a very specific example. Yesterday, I was attending a regional meeting that Tampa Bay Water hosted, and in there were directors and water quality experts from all of the utilities. And we were talking about PFOS and PFOA and the regulations and where they're at. And I think, I want to make sure that this council understands that those regulations are moving forward. In fact, Pennsylvania adopted regulations, I think, within the last week. And we do have an idea of how much, PFOS and PFOA can be left in the water and considered safe. And we've got these guideposts that we can look at from Pennsylvania. It's in the low teens to the upper single digits is where these regulations are dialing in. And that is good news for the city of Tampa. We have tested PFOS and PFOA. We don't wait for regulations to figure out whether or not we have an issue. Right now, in the Hillsborough River, we've been measuring somewhere around 3 to 5 parts per trillion, which is an extremely low number. And the technology that we have to measure at that low only goes down to 2 parts per trillion. We can't measure any lower than that. So we're barely at the detectable limit, but it looks like the levels in our raw water are lower than what the regulations may come in at. Now, that's not to say that we shouldn't still look at what we need to do to treat, because things can change, and we want to make sure we have an effective treatment process. But it does point to the discussion of that we had with the utility experts and the directors on water quality. These are the kinds of discussions we have all the time. And I just wanted to paint a picture that we're not just operating in a vacuum here at the city of Tampa in staying ahead of the regulations, and that safety and water quality are of paramount importance. It's what we've done for, we're 1 year shy of 100 years at the Tippin plant. The last thing I wanted to address was environmental impacts. I wanted to make it clear that we will be doing detailed modeling. We've already done some under some of the previous projects, but in order to make sure if we make any changes to the effluent quality of the Howard F. Curran going into the bay, we'll do detailed modeling to make sure we figure out how does that affect things. If we end up putting reclaimed water in the river, whether it's downstream of the dam, upstream of the dam, or really anywhere, whether it's there or in the aquifer, there's a lot of detailed modeling that's that we will do, and we've already done some. And as far as other impacts and way we address those is the pilot testing. The 6 pilot is a good example of pilot testing. And then I wanted to point out that our goal is to meet drinking water standards going into the environment. That is what DEP is looking for when they're permitting these facilities, and they are starting to permit these facilities right now throughout the state. So I look forward to February 23rd, where we can talk about these things in a lot more detail. I think with that, I'll just end and take any questions you have.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
No, I'm going to save my questions for the more robust conversation we're going to have the 23rd. Thank you for this presentation.
Any other comments, questions? Councilman Carlson.
Just something quick. For you all who see my frustration, anybody on TV sees my frustration, I want everybody to know my frustration is not with Chuck and Gene and their staff. They've spent a lot of time with me and also the stakeholders out there. It's more of a policy, philosophical decision above them. And I'm very frustrated with the lack of transparency and other things. I know you all are doing your best. You're trying. You worked with Sid on the DEP letter and other things, and you all have had lots of conversations with me. I know you're doing your best, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Ladies and gentlemen, I messed up my quotes. The quote I was trying to remember was from Sun Tzu, from The Art of War. And that is, who wishes to fight must first count the cost. The question, the statement I had made was from Louis Vieira's hero, Rambo. Don't enter into a war you cannot win. We have an applicant that is at a library using their Wi-Fi, and that library is going to close in 20 minutes. So I am suggesting we hear agenda item number 57 so that we can help out that applicant.
Thank you very much. The philosopher, John Rambo. Yes. All right, item 57. The applicant, yes, sir, I see you there. If you could please raise your right hand so we can swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
And please unmute yourself so we can hear your voice. Mr. Sammons.
Ross Sammons, Development Coordination. I need to be sworn in, please. Ross Sammons, Development Coordination, presenting file number VAC 23-01. The applicant is True Capital Group LLC. Property address is 4501 North Highland Avenue. This is a proposed vacating request to vacate the alleyway lying north of Emma Street, south of Cuyahoga Street, east of Highland Avenue, and west of Florida Avenue. This application was filed with the City of Tampa on October 20th, 2022. The applicant owns property on the south side of the alleyway. This request to be vacated. The applicant's reason for the application is to eliminate city burden of maintenance. Alley was created by subdivision plat. The existing alleyway is approximately 6,850 square feet. The proposed vacating request in yellow, the alley is in yellow, and the owner's property in red. Again, this is the proposed request of the alley, and there's a north and south section here, and that is not to be vacated. City of Tampa atlas sheet showing the alley in red. Again, the north-south section not to be vacated, and it's showing previous vacatings in the area. The applicant's property. This is the alleyway looking east from North Highland Avenue, approximate location. This is looking north on a north-south section of the alleyway not to be vacated from Emma Street. Staff have no objections to this vacating request. Easement reservations are required by stormwater and wastewater. Natural resource comply with Chapter 27 in regard to tree preservation. And that's all I have.
Thank you
I'm
very
available
much.
if you have any questions.
All right, yes, sir. Go ahead. He's finished.
Any comments or questions? Do we have our petitioner here?
Yes, he's on.
That's correct. Petitioner, are you there?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Can you raise your right hand to be sworn in? He has been sworn in? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, please, petitioner, proceed. Sir, can you please
Yes.
tell us why you want this?
To alleviate the burden of city maintenance. I'm building an ADU right of the lot, and I feel like that alleyway will help increase the lot space on the property. So I'm not really doing anything right now, so I figured I just have it. Okay.
Does that finish your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, any comments or questions for the petitioner? Sir, I heard you say you were going to build an ADU?
Yes.
Accessory dwelling unit. The people that are going to be living in that ADU, where are they going to park their cars at?
We actually have a parking pad to the right.
Okay, so they're going to be not parking on the street, they're going to actually be parking on your property?
Yeah, there's a driveway.
In the driveway, not covering any sidewalks?
No.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Miranda.
From what I read about the ADUs, I saw something in the Times the other day, 600 square foot at about $400 a foot, a little over 400. And so I don't know who's going to build it. You're going to build it. I don't know how your taxes are going to be, but it's you're going to have one electric meter, or two electric meters?
It's one electric.
Two electric meters.
One electric meter, one.
One electric meter. What about water meter?
One water meter.
Is it family?
It's a single family home.
So you're going to rent it out?
going to sell the property. The person who's going to buy it, he can rent it out if he so wishes, or they wish.
I'm sorry, I missed that. I didn't quite hear you.
You're going to sell it. If the person wants to
Once you
rent it
build
out
the ADU, you're gonna
afterwards,
sell it.
you're going to sell there's a principal home and a building ADU with a principal home. You're going to sell both of them.
You're gonna sell both of them.
Correct.
Thank you.
Good. Any other questions or comments? Is there anybody here to, Councilwoman Hurtak?
Oh, no, I mean, I thought,
Go ahead, Councilwoman Hurtak.
no, I was just gonna speak after, public comment.
Is there anyone in chambers who wishes to speak to agenda item number 57, VAC 23-01? What is the pleasure of council?
Is there anybody here? Move to close.
We have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, who would like to read this? Councilman Maniscalco.
Would you like it or no?
Councilman Maniscalco.
No, I just,
Okay,
I
any
wanted
further
to,
comments?
yes, I just wanted to say that, I'm not gonna support this because generally speaking, in Seminole Heights, we don't support closing alleys. It's not something the neighborhood supports, so I'm not gonna support this. I think we close way too many alleys in the city, because as we add these ADUs and other types of housing, we can have people get to them through the back, and getting rid of all these alleys in areas where they can actually be used to reach houses is just not something I'm gonna support.
And if I may, you heard me last night at a public forum where I said the only way that ADUs are going to work is if people can park or enter from the rear. And I can't support this as is. What's the pleasure of council?
Thank you.
Councilman Maniscalco.
I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning the alleyway located north of Emma Street, south of Cayuga Street, east of Highland Avenue, and west of Ford Avenue, within the plat of Meadowbrook subdivision in the City of Tampa, Florida, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more fully described in Section 2 hereof, subject to certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions as more particularly set forth herein, providing for enforcement and penalties for violations, providing for definitions, interpretations, and repealing conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. Let's have a roll call vote.
Carlson?
No.
Goods?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Miranda?
No.
Hurtak?
No.
Citro?
No.
Motion failed with Carlson, Miranda, Hurtak, and Citro voting no.
A vote then to deny, please.
No?
Hang on. Please, sir. Councilman, Mr. Shelby.
The motion failed. So to act on this petition, would you please then make a subsequent motion to deny then? And then have a basis for that, so it'll be in the record, and that'll be the action of council.
What is the pleasure of council?
Can I say something?
No, our session is not closed. This hearing is not closed. What is the pleasure of council?
And my suggestion would be, I know Councilwoman Hurtak stated her basis, but if that's part of the motion, and if there's any other facts that council wishes to.
I deny an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning a portion of 7th Avenue right-of-way and Market, oh gosh, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong one. My apologies. File number VAC 23-01, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. I am denying or vote. Sorry, it's been a long day. Motion to deny an ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, continuing and abandoning that alleyway located north of Emma Street, south of Cayuga Street, east of Highland Avenue, and west of Florida Avenue within the plat of Meadowbrook subdivision in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more full described in section 2 hereof, subject to certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions, as more particularly set forth herein, providing for enforcements and penalties. I guess I don't need to read all that if I'm denying. For violations, providing for definitions, interpretations, and yeah. So I'm denying it. And the rationale behind the denial is that we need to encourage more ways to reach domiciles so that we can have a more varied housing stock within the city. And if we start to vacate all of these alleys, we are going to take that possibility away.
I have a motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Carlson. Any final discussion? Roll call vote.
Goos,
No.
Viera,
No.
Maniscalco,
No.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson, and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Goos, Viera, and Maniscalco voting no.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, explain to the gentleman what happened, because he's confused.
No? No?
Go ahead, Mr. Shelby.
Yes, sir. The council had 2 votes. The first motion was to approve. That failed to get the necessary 4 votes. That was followed by a motion to deny your application, and that was passed by a motion of 4 votes. So City Council's final action is to not accept your petition, and the vacation was not granted by the City Council.
Can I say something, or it's already closed, right?
This case is now closed.
My suggestion is that you talk with staff, and you do have certain rights to appeal, if that's your decision, but I cannot advise you about that.
Thank you. All right, bye.
Again, counsel, I would just remind you that there's a 30-day appeal period from the time that the petitioner is notified. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go back to agenda item number 14. File number CM 22-77270. Councilman Carlson, this is your motion.
Marcy Hamilton, Assistant City Attorney. On September the 1st, you provided a motion asking that legal bring back a report regarding a prohibition on lobbying by those entities that receive city funds to prevent them from lobbying on behalf of third parties. I've provided a report in regard to this. We do have, from what I can gather, we basically have 2 means of funding for procurements and also providing to entities such as nonprofits. It hasn't been stated as to who you wish to prohibit from lobbying, would be one question. Then there's additional issues if it's in regard to nonprofits. Certain nonprofits are organized in order to promote economic growth in the city, and also social welfare. If we prohibit them from lobbying on behalf of third parties, it kind of prohibits the activities that they're organized for. So that's an issue. Obviously, people, when they hear about lobbying, there are issues concerning lobbying. You want to have transparency in government. But you also probably do wish to hear from people as far as their ideas concerning how government is run. So to have an open forum for the whole public to speak on behalf of their ideas. So one of the biggest arguments in regard to this is free speech under the First Amendment. Currently, there's no U.S. Supreme Court opinion regarding lobbying being a First Amendment right. However, there have been various cases regarding petitioning government regarding grievances, which has been extended to rights concerning just bringing various motions to council or government entities, not just grievances, just voicing their opinions. There have been various different standards. Free speech has 3 different standards. When we get into this issue about totally prohibiting free speech, it depends upon what you're prohibiting. In this case, we think that perhaps strict scrutiny would come into play so that there would have to be a compelling interest served. So it would have to be some sort of ordinance narrowly tailored to this end. We do have provisions in place already regarding transparency where all lobbyists do have to register, and they also have to file an expenditure report annually.
Could I just, I know we want to get away in it, and you're an expert in this area.
Carlson, you're recognized.
Yeah, my concern is the impression that the city would fund an organization that would then turn around and lobby the city, or that the city would directly or indirectly pay for lobbying. And my firm, working with other government organizations, has been under similar restrictions. That's why I asked, and I can't remember off the top of my head which ones they were, but you've done some research, and the ones you looked at anyway, I think, didn't have that. But just to, I'll drop this issue, but just to give a kind of extreme example, we have had, for example, nonprofits that we fund advocate in favor of very controversial real estate projects, and then it looks like it could give the impression that the city's lying. So let me ask you just an extreme example, and then I'll be quiet and we can move on. Let's say there was a nonprofit called Citizens for Biking While Black, and we gave them $500,000, but the $500,000 was for not lobbying something else. But then they turned around and brought 100 people every week to say we need biking while black. Would there be any problem with that? Is that we didn't officially pay for, maybe we were officially paying for bike lights or something, but then that organization shows up with 100 people every week saying biking while black's a good thing. Is that allowed under our rules now?
It would be allowed as it stands now, yes.
Yeah, so that's an extreme example, but when a nonprofit that receives a huge amount of money from the city is lobbying us in favor of a controversial project or controversial issue, I have concerns about it. If they're not getting money, that's fine. Thank you.
Anyone else? Comments, questions? I believe this was your motion. Are you satisfied with the report?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I have someone please make a motion to continue agenda item number 57? 59, I'm sorry, 59. A motion made by Councilman Goods. I'm sorry, is there anyone here that wishes to speak to the continuance only?
To what date and time? I see Ms. Pettis-Mackle here. There was a memo about that. Exactly.
Do we have anybody?
What was the date? I'm sorry.
April 20th.
April 20th. Thank you.
At 1:30 p.m. Second.
Do we have anybody here in council?
Oh, that's right. It's on here.
Motion was made by Councilman Good, second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Okay.
Dennis Parker had a great comment. Agenda item number 15. File number CM 22-78639.
Good afternoon, Andrea Zellman, City Attorney. Ursula Richardson, our practice group leader for litigation, had to leave. She and I prepared this memorandum together. Basically, the question, Councilman Carlson raised the question about whether there was any need to retroactively approve settlement agreements that were not brought before council during the period of time between 2018 and this new amendment to the code that you all approved last week. Basically, we explained a couple of things. One is that settlement agreements, per se, that being a two-party agreement executed by the city and the party who sued the city, are extremely rare. I'm only aware of one such agreement since I've been here for 3+ years now. Typically, when a case is settled, the party that sues the city signs a release, only signed by them, not by the city, and the city gives them a check, and that's the agreement. There's no, again, two-party agreement. So, so part of the question is, do we have to go back and retroactively approve these settlement agreements? There are none, with the exception, again, of the one I'm aware of. But the other point that we tried to make in this memorandum is there's no reason, there's no legal exposure the city faces as a result of those agreements having not been to council, in our opinion. So there really is no need to retroactively approve for city council to retroactively approve settlements that were made during that period of time that settlements were not being brought to council.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, this is my item. I think it was my item. Sorry, we're getting.
It was.
Yes, you're the maker of the motion.
And I appreciate you all looking through this. I was very concerned about this. I saw a counsel outside from my own attorneys, which I paid for, and their advice was that I bring this question forward so that I at least felt like I was doing my due diligence in bringing this forward and making sure that I had done everything I could, to protect the citizens of the city. And regardless of whatever advice I got from them, we now have an official opinion from the city attorney, and that's enough for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then the final thing is you had asked the question about being able to look at settlement agreements or releases or records regarding settlements. And as I said in the memorandum, certainly upon reasonable requests, obviously it takes time to pull documents together and things like that, but you and I have discussed this, we are happy to make those documents available should council want to sit down with us and review a particular time period, a particular case, whatever. Those, we're happy to do that.
Councilman Carlson, you're recognized.
Yeah, and you all had separately approved a motion to ask staff to allow me to look at these, and we were officers of the city, so we should be able to look at them. I talked to Ms. Zellman, she said no problem, and we're scheduling a time. I've given her a more narrow scope of what I'd like to look at, and I've offered to go to her office, so I'm not copying any documents or carrying them outside of her office so that we don't create any legal liability for the city. But thank you for working with me on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item number 16, file number CM 22-73825.
You're so funny tonight, I swear.
Good evening, City Council. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, here on item number 16 to appear and report on my advice regarding creating an ordinance to protect elected officials sued under Chapter 119. Council, I'd like to be brief, but I would like to create the setting for the context of this discussion. I'd like to read a quote from one of the cases that addresses this sort of issue. It's called Thornburg versus City of Fort Walton Beach, and it's a Florida Supreme Court case from 1990. I'm going to leave out the citations in there, but I want to read the statement of the court just to create the context for this discussion. It says, Florida courts have long recognized that public officials are entitled to legal representation at public expense to defend themselves against litigation arising from the performance of their official duties while serving a public purpose. The purpose of this common law rule is to avoid the chilling effect that a denial of representation might have on public officials in performing their duties properly and diligently. This entitlement to attorney's fees arises independent of statute ordinance, or charter for public officials to be entitled to representation at public expense, the litigation must, 1, arise out of or in connection with the performance of their official duties, and 2, serve a public purpose. And one of the cases they actually cite is a City of Tampa case, Chavez versus City of Tampa, the second DCA from 1990. And sometime I had heard Councilmember Miranda talk about that case. That being the case, Council, my advice, after looking at ordinances and policies throughout the state, is that it is my recommendation that you formalize this policy, that this council create a declaration of public policy that states that this city adopts, which ultimately will put on record and set forth the processes for this city to be able to protect its elected officials, not only for public records violations or allegations of misconduct, but litigation or any kind of proceeding. And there are instances that the jurisdictions throughout the state, other municipalities and counties, have formalized these and have addressed certain questions that your ordinance, that I am very happy to help craft and bring back to City Council, and certainly working with the city attorney, and Ms. Zellman and I have discussed this, and I'm happy to do that. One of the things, and the most important thing I think, would be a declaration of policy, the criteria. And we can also work on things like the definition, like what constitutes substantially prevail. When does it apply? Now, one of the things that I'd like to, I initially had some reservations about whether or not this had I had a bar conflict with this, because of positions that I have been in the past. But frankly, I had a realization after talking with several lawyers, counsel, that I have a unique perspective right now after seeing what this council has gone through within the past year, and I have had a unique insight and perspective, both being familiar with the facts that evolved to bring this discussion forth, also the effect on the city council, the effect on your ability to diligently serve the people. And I think what this city council has to avoid is a chilling effect that has an impact on your ability to fully represent your constituents. One of the things that we need to address through this process is, when does it apply? Because a lot of jurisdictions do it in the form of reimbursement, and traditionally the city of Tampa has done it that way too. And for instance, in the concept of attorney's fees for a public records lawsuit, zeroing in on that particular case of a violation or an alleged violation of Chapter 119 of Florida statutes. The ordinance addresses attorney's fees in certain matters. As a matter of fact, a relatively recent amendment in 2017 allows that the court shall determine whether the complainant participated in a civil action for improper purpose. That requires a court hearing. That requires perhaps discovery, a process that's very costly, potentially, to somebody who's defending themselves. And the question then is, there are some jurisdictions, particularly in Broward County and elsewhere throughout the state, where there is a provision that allows the person who is being a defendant, let's say, being made a defendant, or being, even in an ethics proceeding, who has a complaint filed against them. So this would not only apply in litigation, it would apply in any sort of proceeding related to, again, the process of arising out of or in connection with the performance of official duties and serving a public purpose. Of course, that would have to be defined within the ordinance. But here's my point. My point is this. If it is city council's desire to have a process where someone who needs legal services and needs legal representation applies or brings notice to the city to ask to be represented up front, then that would have to be a process that we'd have to work through. The downside to that, if there is a downside to it, it is this. At the end of the process, if it doesn't meet the criteria for arising out of or in connection with the performance of the official duties, and what usually is the dispositive issue of whether the conduct serves a public purpose, other jurisdictions have it so within that ordinance, the elected official ultimately is liable to the city to reimburse the city for those expenses and authorizes, if necessary, a suit against the elected official in order to recover that to which, under the law, they would not have been entitled. The advantage to it, to somebody who needs that help up front, is it doesn't require an outlay of money of the elected official in the process of going through the proceeding, whether it's litigation or a complaint, to be able to move forward towards a conclusion that would ultimately show that they are entitled to legal expenses to be paid to them as an elected official by the city of Tampa. So that being said, what I would ask you to do is to give me an opportunity to come back with some language based on my research with other jurisdictions, working with the city attorney, and put it in a form that actually is something that you can actually look at. But what I would like is some direction at this point. Excuse me, my mouth is so dry late in the day. What is council's pleasure with regard to the concept of notification of the process at the outset versus reimbursement, indemnification through reimbursement after the conclusion of the litigation or the proceedings?
I'm going to go to Councilman Carlson first. And then
Thank you. I'm going to
Councilman
have some water.
Thank you. I'm just going to say quick, to save time, I'm just going to quickly say what I think we should do. Number one, I think we should make a motion to move some kind of ordinance forward. That ordinance needs to be the description of what's covered needs to be very carefully put in there. As you all know, a year ago, someone claimed that I was part of a fake Facebook page, and it was defamatory toward me because in my industry, it's unethical to create a fake Facebook page. I had nothing to do with it. I stated over and over again I had nothing to do with it. But still, I spent just on that matter $5,000 or $10,000 in legal fees and search fees because they wanted to search my phone and other things. And ultimately, they didn't find anything. And so then when I talked to Ms. Zellman the other day, the question is was that because I was on city council? It is because I was on city council, because there's no other reason why anybody would ever subpoena me for information related to something I had nothing to do with. And they later proved it was someone else, and they're suing that person. But it's not just that somebody might get sued, and it might not just be public records. I mean, in that case, somebody had a conspiracy theory that I was involved with some fake Facebook page that I'd never heard of before. And so that's just another example. But we need to carefully describe how people would be covered. And I think we ought to pay in advance. And here's one solution I would throw out. I was appalled in the Dingfelder case that the city did not put up legal fees. I don't know in Good's case they should have if they didn't, and shame on them. And if they haven't, they should pay right away. But the situation is that $50,000 or $100,000 for people who are making $53,000 a year could break somebody easily. And it's not a good idea for the reasons you stated to leave an elected official out like that. And somebody happens to be on the political side where their opponents are getting hit. It might be fun, but if you're on the other side, then it's not fun. And you never know who might have the power to do something like that. So here's what I suggest that I think we need to think of creative solutions. The city is self-funded on this liability insurance, but for the first 250,000 or 500, I don't know which, the first 500,000 were self-funded, which means that it's at the discretion of the city attorney. We need to, in the ordinance, to describe that it's not, that it, and so that for political reasons, somebody can't easily reject it. But here's another solution that I think we need. I think we ought to create a self-insurance fund. It could be funded by the salaries of city council members, but we could get an insurance company, just like we do with United on healthcare. We could get an insurance company to define a plan that we would create ourselves, and it would eventually hold a $50,000 trust for each city council member, and if you include the mayor, that as well. But for each city council member, that would be $350,000. It could be that the city would loan that money to that trust at first, and then we could make payments monthly from our city salaries into that fund. And if folks are mainly surviving on the 53,000, we could give a small raise just to be able to pay that internal premium. But the idea is that if there could be interpretations of law like we see in the past, where a city attorney may say, oh, well, you might be guilty, so we're not going to reimburse you. You might be guilty, so we're not going to pay you in advance. Then we set up a self-insurance fund that's not subject to those rules, that's subject to whatever rules we set. And so anybody who would seek to file a frivolous lawsuit would know that city council members, and maybe the mayor, if she wants to participate, would have up to $50,000, no questions asked, for any legal fees. And it's not subject to those other laws because we're paying for it ourselves out of our self-insurance fund. I think there's got to be some creative idea this way, because we've got to protect everybody. There's nobody here, I think, who could afford to just pay $50,000 or $100,000 in legal fees and hope the city would defend them at some point. We've got to protect everybody. Thank you.
If I can follow up on that, you raise a very interesting and a good point. First of all, I'm not aware of any self-insurance fund or self-funded in the ordinances that I found. For instance, in the city of Naples, the city of Naples says it is the policy of the city council of the city of Naples, Florida, to establish a risk fund to pay attorney's fees and costs in defending complaints against city officials. This policy applies to present and former city officials as herein defined, and it's particularly with regard to ethics complaints, provided that the ethics complaint was filed no earlier than 1 year prior to the effective date of this article, related to actions taken.
But Marty, we can talk about this offline, but
Sure.
my point is just to say that any long description like that is subject to interpretation. And we've had city attorney, not the city attorney, but other city attorney opinions that said, oh, well, we can't cover you, or we will not be able to cover you for certain reasons. And we need to make sure that the public knows that city council is absolutely covered. And if we have our own policy that we create ourselves that covers us automatically up to 50,000, if there's 350,000 or 400,000 sitting in an account, it's easy to draw from that. We can set our own rules that wouldn't be subject to the rule, because we would be paying, charge us whatever it costs per month over time to build that back. I think we could talk to actuarial people or whatever and set that up. But separate from that, we need an ordinance that would pay the fees anyway. But in case a city attorney in the future is ordered by a mayor not to reimburse those fees so that a city council member has to resign, then we need to make sure that they're covered up to at least $50,000 so that they're not bankrupt just by sitting on a seat like this. Thank you.
And again, my other point that I wanted to make is that having that sort of policy position clearly stated, clearly out there, lets the public know that the city has the back of the elected officials in order to do your job, and could, in fact, perhaps dissuade somebody from filing that sort of lawsuit that would be ultimately deemed to be frivolous.
And if we have an ordinance that should say that we cover in the beginning, and then, yeah, if we need it, if they try to recover at a certain point, fine. But this city in the last couple of years has started with the presumption that the people are guilty. And somebody has a political attack against me, claims that I'm part of something that I'm not, and suddenly I'm paying a lot of money to try to answer questions about it, and the city says, oh, we'll reimburse you, but I have to put out a lot of cash. And I'm talking to Ms. Zellman about getting reimbursed, but I put out $15,000 or $20,000, $25,000 over the last year, and I haven't seen any of it back yet. And that's half the city council pay. And so we've got to. I think we need a policy that we self-fund or whatever it is to make sure that we 100% have access to it. Even if the person's guilty, they should have access because they're paying into that fund. But we should presume that they're not guilty, and we should create an ordinance that, that defends people, and the public needs to know that they're defended.
Councilman Maniscalco.
I have nothing, sir.
Councilman Miranda.
I'm not in disagreement or in agreement. I don't know if the city has the right to loan money. That's not a political question, but a question. I can know one thing. Some years back, I asked a question about why do you have to go to the bond people up in Washington or New York or whatever to get money from there? How come you can't get it from your local taxpayers? And they said you couldn't borrow from the local taxpayers' money. So I was told that. And to save money, I said, in time, instead of going there, there's a lot of people here that have money, we borrow from them. We couldn't do it, they told me. So I know that part. The other part, this part, I'm not privy to.
Well, this wouldn't ultimately be a borrowing. It would be the city committing to fund it, subject to you successfully or substantially prevailing. And failing to do that, then you could be liable, or not you personally, but whoever takes advantage of that would ultimately be responsible for reimbursement to the city. Did you want to say something, Ms. Zellman?
The only thing I wanted to clarify for the record is the city attorney's office did not start in prior cases, since I've been here, we didn't start from the assumption that the council members were guilty. What we did in each of the cases that have happened in the last couple of years was apply the test that Marty referred to. Was the cause of action, did it arise from the council member in the performance of his official duties, and was he acting with a public purpose? The norm in most jurisdictions in Florida is when you can't answer that question definitively at the outset of the litigation, you recommend that the council person or the board member retain private counsel. And then if it's ultimately established in the litigation that the acts giving rise to the litigation arose from their performance of their official duties and that they were acting with a public purpose, then you reimburse. So I just want to be clear, that was the standard that we applied. It wasn't a presumption of guilt. It was looking at that threshold test at the outset.
And Ms. Zellman is right. Many municipalities and counties do use the process for applying for reimbursement after the expenditure of funds. I look at, let's say, for instance, Broward County or Fort Lauderdale, for instance. What they do is they allow the council members to request the money up front, and the jurisdiction then pays it, subject to, again, meeting the criteria that the law requires, because ultimately the expenditure of public funds must be for a public purpose. And if it is not for a public purpose, it is an improper expenditure of funds that must be recouped. And that's the bottom line. The law will apply irrespective of whether you do reimbursement or whether you do the money up front. It's the ultimate fiduciary responsibility that the city has to spend the taxpayers' dollars.
Anybody who has not spoken, do you have any comments? Councilwoman Hurtak.
My only comment was what we needed to do next, but I think you were about to take care of that, so.
Yes.
Yeah, the other thing I want to say, and we could talk about this offline, I think each of us could give some input in this. Don't forget, if we have this separate fund and we're funding it, then those two things can work in parallel, and we can work on that. But one other thing that I need to mention, Councilmember Vieira is an attorney. I assume that he has attorney-client privilege on some of the projects that he works on. I have a PR firm that works on primarily works on litigation matters. And we have attorney-client privilege on those litigation matters. I use my city phone as instructed, and anybody who accidentally calls me on the other one, I tell them to call me on my city phone. But we have had many cases recently where they've asked to search our personal phones, and not only search them, not only look at messages on their personal phones, but also search them for metadata. That's a very expensive process if your phone is protected under attorney-client privilege. If I handed my phone, or I'm sure if you did, handed your phone to the city attorney's office, we would get sued in oblivion. He probably would lose his law license. We can't do that. And so there has to be an understanding in these rules also that there are certain guidelines and rules that affect people asking about personal items and personal. I provided all the information. I paid up front thousands of dollars to have my phone searched to provide them everything they wanted in a timely way. But still, I'm sitting out that, and so we need to make sure that that's covered in the thing. Yeah.
Can I just speak to that? Because this question keeps coming up time and time again. It even came up from one of the attorneys in my office yesterday. There's no law that says you can't conduct city business on a private cell phone. However, it's bad practice for the following reason. If you are conducting private city business on a private cell phone or on a private email, that is a public record because you are conducting city business. Under the Public Records Act, the city has the obligation to make a good faith effort to obtain those records. Well, first of all, we have to remember the Public Records Act isn't only about producing records, it also requires you to maintain the public records, which again, if you're doing things on a private phone or a private email, that makes it that much harder. The city has the obligation under the Public Records Act to make a good faith effort to get any public record from employees and officials of the city and produce them upon request. You know, if in a particular case, if the city were to say to you, for example, you know, we need all your private text messages about the following subject that's where you were conducting city business on your phone. If you did your own search and provided an affidavit saying, I've done my own search, this is all I can find, I swear this is all I have. I mean, at some point, we can only go so far, we the city, in trying to get your private records. The process of making T&I available to search your phone was done to accommodate city council members when we were getting all those requests. At the end of the day, the best practice, and we're all in the same situation. I've had the same cell phone number since they invented cell phones, and people still text me and email me. If they start talking about city business, I forward the text or the whatever to my city phone. I ask them to do it on my city phone, you know, whatever. Just the best practice is not to do it on your private phone so that you don't have these problems down the road. But the city has an obligation, if you're conducting city business on those private things, we have an obligation, you have an obligation to maintain those records as the creator of them, and we have an obligation to produce them when asked. So we're just trying to work with you to find a way to get those public records to the request store.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to ask a city council attorney to return to us on March 2nd with a proposed ordinance.
We have a motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Councilman Goods.
Is the ordinance with the insurance as well?
Yeah, I would say an ordinance, you're right, an ordinance and any recommendation on the I'll call it private insurance, private liability insurance that I talked about.
The goal being that someone in need of legal expenses would not have to wait and front the money and then ask to be reimbursed, but have access to that money at the outset.
Yeah, and we can talk about offline, or you can talk to
No,
us.
I just want to make, if that's the consensus of council.
It's kind of twofold, because you may have a council member who may not, you know, at the end of the day, still may have, doesn't have the money to, if he loses, to pay the attorney. So, you know, in that case, you know, that insurance will kick in to pay for that reimbursement. So it's a two-way street on that.
This would just be a separate, I'll talk to you about it offline, but if
Okay.
we can, just in concept, get you to come back and report on it.
Understood.
Any other further discussion? We have a motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Aye. Is there any opposed?
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you. Are you going to stay there for agenda item number 17?
Sir, you've been presented with a resolution per your motion. It has been distributed to council. I would ask, Mr. Chairman, it is your resolution. Is there anything you wish to address with city council?
No, thank you. I hope that you will vote for this resolution. It is in support of Tampa Bay Regional Planning Commission to support clean energy.
Second.
And a clean way of living and resiliency in Tampa Bay.
We have a motion from Chairman Citro, second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, council.
Thank you. Thank you, council members. I appreciate it very much. Agenda item number 18 was continued to February 23rd.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much.
Chairman, we still have individuals that have something on the agenda. Can we take care of them
Let's do
first?
the consent agenda first, and then we go right to it.
All right.
Yeah, it's quick.
Councilman Vieira, you have public safety.
Yes, I move items, I need to find my apology. Here you go. 19 through 22.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any objections? Thank you very much. Councilman Goods, you have Parks and Recreation.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Hurtak, you've got Public Works.
Yes, I move items, since 27 and 28 have already been moved, I move items 29 through 36.
We have a motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Carlson, you have Building and Zoning. Okay, then Councilman
Yes,
Vieira,
sir.
you're a vice chair.
I hereby move items 38 through 44.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Maniscalco, you have
Thank you very much.
transportation.
I move items 45 through 49.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
I'd like to set items number 50 and 51 for their respective public hearing dates. The first is March 2nd, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. and the second is February 23rd, 2023 at 5:01 p.m.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
I believe that takes us to agenda item number 56. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I am distributing from Mr. Wigginton a substitute ordinance. I have filed that with the clerk for item number 56. Mr. Wigginton, would you be so good as to explain the substitute?
Absolutely, yes, thank you. Ron Wigginton, Legal Department, thank you, counsel. The ordinance that was just handed out is a substitute ordinance. I apologize for not getting this out to you earlier. We have been diligently working on reaching an agreement with regards to easement language. And for instance, just yesterday I found out that TICO did not require an easement. And then this afternoon, I just found out that they do require a partial easement. So this is still not complete. I expect to modify it or amend it between first and second reading, but for now, the difference between this new ordinance and the original that was filed, basically what we did is we added a water easement. We did remove the TICO easement, but we need to reinsert that back. We modified the transportation language. Now that provides for pedestrian, bicycle, and smart mobility. It also provides for vehicular traffic with regards to emergency responders and solid waste vehicles. And it also provides for a temporary general vehicular transportation easement once upon mobility's determination that they need it for rerouting traffic in the area. And also provides for, once the area around it, adjoining the vacated areas get developed, then there will be a traffic study that will determine whether there are additional easements that are needed for general public transportation. So with that, unless the council has any questions, I'd like to open the floor to Mr. Ross Salmons to give his presentation.
Any comments or questions? Thank you.
Ross Samuels, Development Coordination, presenting file VAC 23-02. The applicant is Riverside Heights Holdings II, LLC. Representative's name is Adam Harden. Property address is 1909 Market Street. Proposed vacating request is to vacate portions of Market Street and 7th Avenue lying north of Hillsborough River, south of Oak Avenue, east of Sander Heights Lane, and west of Ola Avenue. Application was filed October 24th, 2022. The applicant owns property north side and to the east and west side of Market Street, north side of 7th Avenue, I'm sorry. The reason for the application is to change one block of Market Street and one block of 7th Avenue into pedestrian-only, privately maintained street segments. The existing streets are approximately 52,098 square feet, approximately 1.196 acres, and these streets were created by subdivision plat. An aerial view of the proposed vacating. Here is 7th and Market Street here. And the applicant's property, obviously the Heights subdivision there. Again, the street here is 7th from Sander Heights to this privately owned segment of 7th Avenue, and from Oak down to 7th on Market Street. Quick view of the plat that dedicated the street. 7th Avenue from Sander Heights to the privately owned segment, and then Market Street segment from Oak to 7th here. There's a more clear view of the survey provided of the portion to be vacated. Hillsborough River here. Here's an image of 7th Avenue, looking east on 7th Avenue. The river here. This is looking west on 7th Avenue. This is looking south on Market Street from Oak Avenue. And again, the intersection of 7th Avenue is here, and on the east side is Armature Works. Staff has no objections to this vacating request. Easement reservations are required by Solid Waste, Stormwater, Transportation, and TCO. Natural Resources must comply with Chapter 27 in regard to tree preservation and site design for any improvements placed adjacent to trees in vacated areas. That's all I have. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any comments or questions? Petitioner.
Mr. Harden specifically asked that we wait till the last items tonight because he wanted to hang out with us all day.
I was,
That's because.
I looked at the agenda yesterday and I was just happy I wasn't behind Steve Michelini until I got up and read the newspaper. So, if I could share this with you.
I don't know. You said you read the newspaper?
Oh, about Target.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
So, rewinding a little bit, I'll give a really quick presentation. As most of you know, 2015, we started permitting renovation of the historic building that we all knew as the Armature Works factory into a new mixed-use facility. Renovation of the 3 brownfields that made up the large vacant field to the west of the building. We have the Armature Works brownfield, the Riverfront Partners brownfield, and the Terrell Oil brownfield. 2 of those have been permanently closed. Armature is capped and partially closed with monitoring until we reach the prescribed levels. We're getting really close. We're down to 1 well, so it's really good news. So fast forward, November of 2017, we managed to get the building half open for a large 2,000 person event for CENTCOM and SOCOM, a combined party. January the 30th, about 5 years ago today, we formally open the market hall. The facility, and I've passed out to you a synopsis of the public engagements events that we committed to as part of the, I think the spirit of the interlocal agreement that we have with the city to activate this place and, really build, build a heart and soul for the development that we could use to attract new jobs here. So the Armature Works today, I asked for the statistics from our quarterly report that we provide for the New Market Tax Credit Syndicator. We currently have 340 full-time job equivalents that are sustained within the facility. Again, it's highly successful, but its purpose is really to seed the development and attract the jobs that we promised, the grocery store that we told the neighbors that we would get, and those things. So, of course, we're proud to report that the phase one of our office is occupied by Pfizer World Support Center, Axogen Biomedical Tissue Company. They're traded on the NASDAQ. Of course, Pfizer, Fortune 50 Pharma, Amwins Insurance, and White and Case, a silk stocking law firm out of New York, and some other really good tenants, new high-paying jobs to Tampa that I think support the idea that we've moved beyond this constant desire to be America's next great city and just be happy that we're Tampa. So when I did the original business plan for Armature Works, I think we were really hoping that we would average, 800 to 1,000 visitors a day. I have to report that that's closer to 4,000. So this is what I passed out to you is a summary of the, community engagement events that we fund as part of the Armature Works program. So these are in addition to the paying private events, but these are, if you go by, you'll see the car show, and these things. So I think as the place matures, what we've determined is that we're going to be better to have these two segments of street as public space. Again, the reservation of easement still meets the city Chapter 220 definition of a right-of-way, but we're basically vacating the fee so that we can continue to control it for, the purpose of, maintenance responsibility, security, and operation and outdoor special events. We really see the 7th segment as being a 50-foot expansion of the Riverwalk area. We're in agreement with the walk-on ordinance that's been presented today, and we also understand that between now and second reading that there will be some language added to give TCO a partial easement over the street lighting system that we've installed. So with that said, I know it's late, and I'm here to answer any questions that you have.
Any comments or any questions? Anybody in the audience or in chambers that want to speak to this?
I'll throw in that we had a meeting in mid-December with both neighborhoods. We sent out certified letters, even though it's not a requirement of this process, and met with Ridgewood and Tampa Heights Civic Association. About 40 people attended the meeting. We held it at Armature Works and discussed this and other topics. So,
do we have anybody online? Motion closed by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor? Aye. What is the pleasure of council? Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. I have a substitute ordinance here within the city of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning a portion of 7th Avenue right-of-way and a portion of Market Street right-of-way located north of Hillsborough River, south of Palm Avenue, east of Sandra Heights Lane, and west of Ola Avenue, all within the plat of the Heights of Tampa subdivision in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more fully described in Section 2 hereof, subject to the reservation of certain easements and the imposition of certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions as more particularly set forth herein, providing for enforcement and penalty for violations, and providing for definitions, interpretations, and repealing conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded. Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Vieira.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Hurtak.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Goods?
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on February 16th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Agenda item number 58, file number VAC 22-25.
Los Angeles Development Coordination presenting VAC 22-25. This is a city-initiated vacating proposal. And the property address is 5001 North 34th Street. This is to vacate a portion of Ellicott Street lying north of Louisiana Avenue, south of Caracas Street, east of 34th Street, and west of 36th Street. This application was filed on August 11th, 2022. City owns property on north and south side of Ellicott Street that is proposed to be vacated. This is for park improvements and extension of the East Tampa Recreation Complex. This street was created by subdivision plat and City of Tampa right-of-way acquisition. This is located within the East Tampa Overlay District, and the existing right-of-way is approximately 10,650 square feet. Aerial view of Ellicott Street, the proposed vacating in yellow, city-owned property in red. This is the City of Tampa Atlas sheet showing the portion of Ellicott Street to be vacated, proposed to be vacated, and city-owned property in gray. And this is, again, the park. And to show exactly what has went on in the past as far as acquisition, city acquisition for property for the park itself, and also previous right-of-way vacating. This is a portion of the plat that vacated the Ellicott Street before it was Bernie Avenue. And the other is unplatted and was purchased by the city. This is looking east from the intersection of North 34th Street and Ellicott Street. And this is looking west from Ellicott Street, from the portions of which the city owns, the south side and north side. Obviously, staff have no objections to this vacating request. If the vacating is approved by City Council, easement reservations are required for wastewater, stormwater, water, TCO, Frontier, and Spectrum. Natural Resources must comply with Chapter 27 regarding tree preservation and site design for any improvements placed adjacent to any trees in a vacated area. That's all I have. Bill, if you have any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Salmon? Anyone in the audience wish to speak to this? Do we have anybody online?
Move to close.
Motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any objections? Thank you very much. Councilman Goode, would you like to take this one?
All right, VAC 22-25, going to be presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, and amending that portion of Ellicott Street right-of-way located north of Louisiana Avenue, south of Caracas Street, east of 34th Street, and west of 36th Street, within the plat of Prince subdivision in the City of Tampa, and more described in Section 2 hereof, subject to certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions, and particularly set forth herein, provided for enforcement and penalties for violation, providing for definitions, interpretations, and repealing conflicts, provided for availability, providing an effective date.
Second. Oh, I'm sorry. We have a motion made by Councilman Goode, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Viera?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Pertec?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Goods?
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on February 16, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
We did it.
Thank you. Council members, we have a Ms. Carrie Costantinaco with us. She would like 3 minutes to make a public comment.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Can you
My
please
name-
speak up and give us your
Is there a
name, please?
microphone somewhere?
It's a
Yes, but
microphone
can you
there.
please speak up? No,
First time, sorry.
that's okay, take your time.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Carrie Costantinaco. I used to reside on Davis Island before the pandemic that flipped our lives upside down. I also used to work for David Strass for mayor. So I'm sure that you recognize me, but I look a little older now. I also used to volunteer for Clean Up Kennedy. I'm sure that you're familiar with the name Joseph Manson. He spearheaded awareness regarding this issue of illicit massage parlors along Kennedy Boulevard here in Tampa, the city that we all love, the city that we would like to be the next great city in America. And I believe I'm here to present with all of you the solution. If you can shut down all of these illicit massage parlors for good, even just out of respect for John F. Kennedy, our previous president. I've already tried to contact Mayor Jane Castor several times. She will not return my phone calls. And I have a very unique perspective as to why I would like to see all of this shut down for good. I've never had the opportunity of getting married yet, starting a family yet, and I wouldn't want to raise my family in a city where children are sold for sex. I don't want to be sold for sex. This city has been a red light district long enough, and my heart cry today is, please, God, have mercy on this city and on this city council for not shutting down these illicit massage parlors along Kennedy Boulevard. And how about these strip clubs along Dale Mabry, who served our nation? Dale Mabry Highway. You're familiar. It has two very large strip clubs. One on the left, 2001 Odyssey. One on the right, Mons Venus. Not my profession. I'll tell you who my hero is. Governor Ron DeSantis and his wife, First Lady Casey DeSantis. Is my time up?
You got 30 seconds more.
Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to my concerns. I wanted to applaud Governor DeSantis and First Lady Casey DeSantis because they listened to my email and my request to shut down the strip clubs 2001 and Mons Venus on Dale Mabry Highway during the pandemic for 30 days. Great. I'm grateful for that, but I'd rather see them closed permanently.
Give you 30
Sorry
seconds.
if I went over my time. So you talked about multiple ways of controlling something, whether it be legal penalties, ordinances, all of these things. And I believe you can just look up all of the records from Joseph Manson, all of the illicit massage parlors that he already reported to you, or News Channel 8's, report on all of that. I'm not a private investigator. I'm just a concerned citizen because I love this city. I want to see it cleaned up. And if we can clean up Tampa, we can clean up Orlando, we can clean up Miami, we can clean up Jacksonville, we can clean up Tallahassee, we can clean up the whole state of Florida, and then we can clean up our country.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right, information and reports. Councilman Miranda. It was a special request. I hope you don't mind, Councilman Good.
For accommodation for Vivian Springer, who's retiring from the Tampa Housing Authority after being there 32 years at a future date, but I just want to bring it up that we're going to get all the information before we bring her in. Very nice lady. She's been there for 32 years at Tampa Housing Authority helping people.
We have a motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Goode. Councilwoman
Okay.
Hurtak.
I have a request from Housing Department. I'd like to make a motion to move the following report from the workshop on January 26, 2023 to February 2nd, 2023 at 9 a.m. under staff reports. The administration to provide a quarterly budget around the housing buckets, or a quarterly report around the housing buckets for homeless services, rental assistance, homeownership, and acquisition and rehab that includes columns for funds allocated, expended, encumbered, and available. This is a recurring meeting or recurring item, but they've asked me to move it another week because everyone's going to be out for some sort of workshop. So,
Motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye.
okay. I'd like to make a motion to have the legal department draft an ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances, Section 18-86H, to provide for the Citizens Review Board to select legal counsel who is not a city employee to advise the Citizens Review Board with the funding provided by the city.
We have a motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Carlson. Mr. Shelby.
And did you want to give them a certain amount of time to come back?
Oh, I'm very sorry.
No, that's, I understand.
No, thank you for that. Actually, I'm going to have it come back February 2nd.
That may or may not be enough time to draft.
Well, if it's not enough time, they'll let me know.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Voted on.
Yeah.
Motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Carlson. Any comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion carried with Maniscalco and Miranda voting no.
Okay, motion reviewing the one-year residency waiver for department heads to include a list of who is currently on the waiver list, a definition of a department head versus a manager, and please include data regarding how often this has been used in the last 5 years to come back February 23rd, 2023 with the safety improvement.
We have a motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Goode. All in favor?
Aye. And finally, a motion to have information about an agreement between TFR and local hospitals regarding wait times come back to council on February 23rd, 2023, along with that safety
We have a
report.
motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye. That's it.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. I'd like to make a motion that we present a commendation on February 7th, that's our presentation session, to 13 Ugly Men. That is the name of the organization. And the reason is that they have contributed through a variety of events, variety of charitable fundraisers, $3 million, give or take, to the community. If you go to Tampa General Hospital, there's like a children's park playground. They helped raise the money for that. I can go on and on and on. I see what they do in the community. Very good charitable organization. Don't let the name fool you. But I'd like to present them with a commendation on February 7th at our presentation session.
A motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
That's it. Thank you, sir.
Councilman Vieira.
I have a favor to ask. I had Connor Darkin, who you all remember was assisting in my office for 2 years, such a great guy. And on February 7th, I think it was, at our commendation session, I was going to have him come, and unfortunately I have a conflict that day, so I can't. Is there any way, because I know we usually don't have commendations, this is going to take 5 minutes and it means so much to Connor and his family, to have it on February 16th.
That's fine.
If so, we can move it to the next one, but I just asked that because he already left us 2 months ago, and, don't want to push it back.
Yeah, that's cool.
Thank you very much, council.
Do you need that in the motion form?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay. We have a motion made.
To move a commendation that was going to be for February 7th to February 16th, which we would normally take, but,
Yeah.
We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
And very briefly, if I may, I was talking with the office of Congresswoman Kathy Castor on this, an initiative that's happening. This is a motion to have staff report back to us on February 16th on application for a program that the federal government is doing that can actually ease the burden here in the city of Tampa. Long story short, the federal government is expanding the parole process from Venezuelans to Nicaraguans, Haitians, and Cubans. That is, the Biden administration announced up to 30,000 people from this country who have an eligible sponsor and pass vigorous vetting and background checks can come to the United States for 2 years and receive work authorization. And they're also expanding Latin American refugees. Of course, those who cross the border illegally are precluded from this, and there's always a vetting process, et cetera, et cetera. The federal government is authorizing $800 million to go to the Emergency Food and Shelter Program from FEMA for grants for local communities. It's interesting because a lot of counties have gotten these grants in past years, but cities in Florida apparently haven't. Hillsborough County got about $500,000. Pinellas County got about $370,000. The state of Florida got a certain amount of money, and it appears that Tampa hasn't gotten this funding. I would suggest that we inquire on this for two reasons. Number one, because there is going to be a big influx in Florida on this issue, so we want to make sure that we are good fiscal stewards. But number two, I think it's also very consistent with Tampa's values whenever it comes to issues such as refugees, as we have many, many refugees here in our city. This would pay for housing, food, shelter, COVID testing, and other supportive services.
Second.
And I got the second. There you go.
We
Thank
motion,
you.
we have a motion
And
from
February 16th, if I may.
Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That's it, Council. Thank you.
Councilman McCarthy.
One amendment.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
See, I'm very sorry, but Mr. Shelby let me know that reminded me that there is actually a report on February 16th about the current status of city department heads' compliance with the charter. So that one, the middle one on that page, if you could change that from the 23rd to the 16th, if that's okay.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak to amend her prior motion, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye. Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Oh, thank you for asking.
Just kidding.
What can we do for you today?
I move to invite the Black History Committee to discuss the upcoming 35th Annual Black History Celebration at the Tampa Convention Center, and I'm requesting that to be on February 2nd's agenda.
We have a motion from the chairman with a second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Anything else, sir?
I just need a motion to
Madam Clerk.
I have one thing. It was brought to my attention that on March 7th is Election Day, and you all have scheduled accommodations. So if you want to cancel that day, we need to make a motion as well as make a motion to move the accommodation for the police officer of the month.
And you can move that to the first.
We could move it to March 2nd or March.
No, March. Let's move that.
March
Move it
2nd
to
or
March
March
2nd. Yeah, it's a light. I see one staff report. So
Second.
motion to move the March 7th Police Officer of the Month to March 2nd, right at the beginning of the agenda.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye. Motion received and filed.
Second.
And to cancel
And to
the
cancel the
March
Cancel the
7th.
March 7th meeting.
March 7th meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Good luck at trying to tiger bait tomorrow.
Motion received by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor? Without objection,
Good night, Morris.
we're adjourned.
Good night.